5598. I don't know if anybody knows who that is.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the work session of Las Cruces City Council. Today is Monday, September 28th, 2020. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we begin, if you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we're going to have our pet of the week, and that's Jennifer Martinez from our communications office.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am going to attempt to share my screen here with you. Are you able to see the pet?
Not yet. Oh, yeah.
Right there? Okay. Today, I'd like to introduce you to Sylvia. Sylvia is the sweet and affectionate type. She hopes you like to sleep because she has a PhD in snuggling. And everyone calls her pretty and playful, but she would like for you to just call her best friend. All right, there we go. If you'd like to adopt Sylvia, you can visit the Animal Service Center of the Mesilla Valley's website. You will need to call and make an appointment to go actually visit her. The number is 382-0018. The hours of operation are Monday through Friday, noon to 6 p.m. and on Saturday and Sunday, noon to 5 p.m. You'll need to look up her number. If you're looking to go to the offsite adoption events, they are still canceled until further notice. If you've driven by the farmer's market, you notice they're not there yet. If you are looking to adopt, you will need to go to ascmv.org/adoptions. Of course, the cost is still $25. And again, you'll need to make an appointment to do so. Today, a reminder about reporting ordinance violations. You will call Central Dispatch at their non-emergency number, which is 526-0795, and use option number 6, and provide the following information: the location of the violation, the type of offense that you see, a description of the animal, and of course, a description of you and your contact information, like your name, number, and email. And we always bring you information about COVID-19. And in this case today, we're going to tell you a little bit more about parks that are reopening. So we are in the phase 2 expansion. And as of today, all parks and trails will begin reopening. Water fountains and play areas will still remain closed for safety reasons. And if you do visit the parks, you will be asked to wear a mask, be in groups of 10 people or fewer, and of course, use social distancing. Right now, pickleball, tennis, and handball courts will start to reopen with normal hours, and pool use will be increasing. If you'd like more information, you can go to los-cruces.org/COVID-19 park schedule, where you can find the details on all of the parks that are reopening, all the amenities that will be available, and if you're looking to use the pools, the numbers to contact to be able to do so in advance. Thank you, Mayor. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, and next we're going to have our jobs of the week, and Darlene Lopez from the Department of Workforce Solutions is going to let us know who's hiring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Darlene Lopez with New Mexico Workforce Connection. And our jobs of the week, the first one is planner, long range, City of Las Cruces, and that one is closing on the 2nd of November. We have 10 sewing machine pullers and 10 operators and 2 technical writers for Alaska Structures. And those will be open until filled. We have 20 direct support staff or caregivers for Lessons of Life, LLC, and those will be open until filled as well. We have spray foam insulation helper, and this is for New Era Foam, LLC. That will be open until filled. And then we have a finance manager for South Central Regional Transit District. That's open until filled. And then we have our landscaper for GNA Landscaping, and that's also open until filled. And for a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, please visit employinm.com and governmentjobs.com/careers/Las Cruces.
Okay, great.
Oh, sorry. And for any more information with the Workforce Connection offices, you may also visit us at 226 South Alameda Boulevard or give us a call at 575-524-6250. Now I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Darlene. Okay, so we have 4 items on the agenda. And before we begin, this is just for the council members only. So, Andy, how many of you know what LRU stands for? Okay, well, you just lost out on the gift card to Cattle Baron. Sorry, Counselor, a little bit too late. Counselor Sorg, what is it? Okay, go ahead.
Repeat those letters again now.
LRU.
Yeah, that's the letters for our airport.
There you go. All right, so we'll get something to you.
It's okay, keep it.
Okay, so anyways, 3.1 is the landscape master plan, and we have the airport director, Mr. Andy Hume, make a presentation.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. My name is Andy Hume, and I have the privilege of serving as the airport administrator in the Economic Development Department. And what I'd like to do, first of all, is just give a little bit of opening here. And I will get that started right now.
Looks like members of the public were trying to win the card. Sorry, it was only applicable to council.
Well, I'm happy to hear that more and more people know what the letters LRU stand for, because that's our goal. That's our goal. We want to make sure that everybody knows that we have an airport and that our airport is vibrant. So what we want to talk about today is just an introduction to the landscape master planning project that's been going on. Just a little bit of background here. We received $1.1 million in capital outlay in 2019. And one of the projects that we wanted to identify for this funding was looking at a landscape master plan. And so the master plan here that we're going to take a look at, we went through an RFP process and we selected Site Southwest. And we'll hear from Mr. George Radnovich here in just a moment on some of the ideas that are going forward for the master plan process. So far, we had a kickoff meeting on May 1st. We've actually had 3 virtual meetings. The dates are there in May and August, where we had a PowerPoint presentation similar to the one you'll see today. And then we had a Q&A session with the attendees, which was actually resulted in a lot of excellent feedback. So what we're bringing to you now is a draft of the master plan. And I'd like to turn it over to Mr. George Radnovich. And I will get out of my screen share and let him take over the presentation.
And let's see, do I need to show my screen to do the presentation?
Yes, please.
Okay. George, I just need you to state your name, please, even though Andy mentioned who you are.
Absolutely, Mayor. My name is George Radnovich, and I am a principal with Sites Southwest, and we are doing the landscape master plan with Andy and with LRU. Let's see. So let me pull up the PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Bear with me.
You need to do the F5 key.
F5, so function 5.
You got it. You got it.
Okay, I'm good. Excellent. So, and I wanted to congratulate Las Cruces International Airport for the new logo. Looks really good, Andy, and happy that we could put it on this presentation. So this is a presentation similar to our last public meeting presentation for the Las Cruces International Airport Landscape Master Plan. The reason it's similar and not the same is that we have taken into account all of the comments that were made at the last public meeting and modified it to that degree. So this is a little bit different than what we showed back then. What we're going to do is go through a background on the project, then the master plan itself. There's a new idea for a heritage park at the airport, and so we're going to talk about that and then open it up for discussion. And if anyone has any questions along the way, though, please feel free to ask me, and we'll be happy to talk about it. Let me do one other thing. If I can figure it out. Nope. I'm trying to find the laser pointer, so apologies for a minute. It's not showing, so can you see my cursor, everyone?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Okay, hold on 1 minute and let me try that again. How about now?
Your red pointer?
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. We see it.
Okay. So the airport proper, as you know, comes off of I-10 at Campbell Road, and it crosses the frontage road from the interchange down here, and then you enter the airport on Campbell till you get to Zia, and then the airport is kind of right in front of you, and the airport grounds is all around you at that point. Government land other than Las Cruces Airport land kind of comes in on the west side right here, and to some degree on the east side as well. So in giving some background for the airport, I thought this photo was just awesome with the new NASA photo that I found online. The landscape master plan is going to master plan the whole airport as we know it today, and also try to plan for its future. So it also will update existing landscaping at the airport, which currently needs some updating. As Las Cruces Airport prepares for commercial travel again, this landscape master plan will come in as a very important feature for that, because it'll make the airport more consumer friendly and customer friendly for those taking those kind of flights. And with the Proteus that you see the photo of right there. As soon as Starport, the spaceport gets going, I think we'll see a lot more interest in Las Cruces, and I know the airport does as well. It also provides some multimodal capabilities because we're including some paths. As you may know, bicyclists go out to the airport to take a little loop and then back into Las Cruces. And we formalize that along Campbell Road, which is right along here. It'll also improve wayfinding, and then it'll introduce the Las Cruces Airport Heritage Park to the public, which we're proposing right in this location right here. So this is the full master plan, and I don't want to show you this in such a large size, so I'm going to concentrate on the area at the entrance and give you a blow up of that. The area as we kind of drive from there to the airport proper here, and then the airport proper. And what we suggest is some median islands along the way that would help to create a gateway for both the airport end and the end of the project down near the frontage road. Also some roundabouts that we're suggesting for wayfinding and for just division of traffic. We're doing what we call desert fragments, and I don't know if any of you have driven out to the airport recently, but you'll notice that the alley of pistache trees that goes all the way up to the airport itself from the frontage road has some kind of open areas which the trees haven't done so well in, and others where the trees are really in great shape. And so we're proposing some what we're calling desert fragments to kind of creep in among those pistache trees to create more of a sense of place for the airport. I mentioned the new trail. You can kind of see it in brown here. And again, I'll pull up a blow up of that. A more pedestrianized drop off is what we're suggesting here. And as you know, the terminal right now is right in this location. But once you introduce commercial traffic to the airport, it could also include this building to the east of the current terminal. We're suggesting new entryway signage. And then, of course, I mentioned the Heritage Park, and that is this area right here. And we did a plan for that as well that I'll go over with you. So as you enter the airport, as you know, there's no real signage or anything that kind of says, you know, you've arrived, you're here. And so one of the things we're suggesting for the entryway is that we enhance the existing native landscaping on the sides of the road. We introduce a median into the road to separate the traffic and also to provide more visual impact for the airport. And then we introduce again some kind of gateway signage. We're showing a line here now. We're not suggesting that that line be a gateway that goes over the road, but probably something that will be on one side and the other side, and maybe in the center median, that would be more vertical, like these. Something that says Las Cruces. It could even be an art project for 1% for Arts, but something that says, you know, you're here, you've arrived at this great place, and you're about to experience the Las Cruces International Airport. You can see we've shown those trees that I mentioned, that alley of trees along here. And we've also shown where these quote unquote desert fragments are. And I'll explain that a little more as we get into this presentation. But again, those would be put where the pistache trees didn't really grow in very well. There's another thing we did with the master plan, and that is to create the entryways or show the entryways and where they would be for these out parcels that the airport owns that could turn into restaurants, hotels, and other kinds of consumer goods. So these are the entrances and where we're suggesting these be along the roadway. You can see if I go back to this plan, those, excuse me, those parcels are here, 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 and in this vicinity there. So this was a way of documenting where those parcels should be in the airport's grand scheme. Excuse me, went the wrong direction. The roundabouts, you might be asking why we included roundabouts. Well, roundabouts can direct traffic. They can direct traffic to other parts of the airport property, or it can direct traffic in terms of where the turns would be to get to various places as you enter the airport. So staying this way would lead to the airport. This may go to another part of the airport, and so forth. There are also places that can include wayfinding like this, which is a roundabout that we did in Albuquerque. And they can even include art like this blue piece of art in this roundabout here. The path, which is this right here, is a bike path that we're recommending to get that bike traffic off of that 2-lane road that doesn't have any kind of protection for bicyclists now. And bikers that go out to the airport can use it, but I think we'd increase bicycle traffic if there were a separate path, and that's why we decided to include that. So this is the airport proper. And as you know, there is a drop-off area in front of the airport right now. It's right here. But what it does is it requires you, and there's no signage to really do that, it requires you to come this way and circle the whole part of the airport proper and then drop people off right there. And what we're suggesting is that there be a median island as a refuge for pedestrians in the center, and then drop-off zones here and here. And you can see in this blow-up from those drop-off zones, there would be walkways across to the airport proper, and there would be a drop-off both coming from Crawford to Zia this way, and there would be the drop-off that exists now for the westbound traffic this way. So it increases the capabilities of the drop-off in the airport area. Another thing that I'll go through in the next slide in a little more detail is the way we'd envision that happening in terms of the relationship with the parking structure and the terminal and the possible old terminal that could reintroduce commercial traffic. The other areas I want to mention are that we do think that the desert landscape ought to be something that's highlighted because it's Las Cruces and it's a beautiful desert. And so we're suggesting that it be enhanced with those desert fragments in these areas and that the landscape continue in front of these 5 out parcels that you may be familiar with along the east side of the airport proper, and then along the entire front of the airport, including Zia Road, where Campbell tees into it. So one of the things we looked at are ways to make this airport landscaping more water conservative. And we looked at water harvesting and green infrastructure. And so what we're suggesting that we do is along Crawford, which is sorry, I said Campbell before I meant Crawford. It's a crowned road section, so it drains off to the sides. But what happens is the water just drains right down through, and it's not stopped along the way. So what we're suggesting is that we create little check dams like this at the bottom of each of those pistache trees. And that water would be directed from the road towards those. And then it would have a little spillway that allows it to go down to the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and so forth. So we'd be increasing the sustainability of those trees that are out there. Aside from the irrigation they get, they'd also get irrigation from Mother Nature. And we think that would help those trees grow and really become much more sustainably oriented. Pistache trees are great trees for our region, but they do need supplemental irrigation, and this would give them even more when we do get rainfall. We also talked about that path, and so it would be off to the east, and the desert landscaping around it would just be preserved and protected, and perhaps enhanced here and there with stops for a nice sit on a bench in the shade of a mesquite tree or something to that effect. I mentioned we'd also looked at that for the airport proper, and that's this right here. And north is, of course, straight up. What we're suggesting here is that the road right now is pretty much crowned. There's a slight crown on the road right now. When the airport drop-off gets expanded, we're suggesting that the runoff get channeled into the medians along here. That then would help those trees and shrubs survive as well. And so what that would mean is there'd probably be an overflow system, which engineering would provide. And that overflow would then go to the side of the road if it got too high and the storm rate too much. But in the meantime, for frequent storm events, we'd be passively irrigating that median. So just a few ideas there. So this is the plant palette that we're suggesting, and you'll see that it tends to be on the native Las Crucian side. It uses the best of the plants that the Chihuahuan Desert has to offer, and plants that are really well situated to Las Cruces. So it not only says Las Cruces in the way the plants look, but also in the fact that they are natives to Las Cruces. And we're suggesting that the plants in these desert fragment areas where the pistache alley is be mesquite, and Maverick mesquite is a thornless mesquite. Desert willow, of course, you're familiar with them. They have those great flowers that look kind of like orchids. Acacia, red yucca, which is this plant right here, and then saltbush, which is this plant right here. And saltbush has the added benefit of attracting not flying fowl so much because it's an airport, but quail and land-based fowl quite a bit because it's good habitat for them. In the medians, we're suggesting a much more colorful and a much more robust desert landscape. And so we're talking about using a Sierra oak, which is native to the Sierra Madre in Mexico and in parts of New Mexico and Texas. It's an evergreen oak, and it has an oak-like leaf, and it gets little tiny acorns. They're very easy to take care of, and they're local and native. Agave species, which would be a much more striking and dramatic species than what we're suggesting for those desert fragments. And then Texas sage, which is a native, and turpentine bush, which is also a native, to provide some nice color in those median landscapes. The airport proper, we'd continue to use the Sierra oak because it's just a great tree, excuse me, as a street tree. We're also suggesting leucophyllum, which is a type of Texas sage. It's in the same family. Mexican blue sage, which has beautiful kind of violet blue flowers. And then bush baccharis, which is just a green, very bright, vibrant green ground cover. It's sort of looks a little like the old juniper when we used to plant juniper back in the 70s and 80s. But it's a much more desert-friendly plant. It's native, and it provides a really nice ground cover. So the Heritage Park. The Heritage Park is really something that a lot of the stakeholders in our public meetings got really, really excited about. And it's an opportunity for Las Cruces to really show off the air heritage that Las Cruces has and the interest in air travel and airplanes and flight that Las Cruces has. So the way we designed the Heritage Park is really to present that local aviation history to visitors and locals alike. And it really would honor those aviators. And the way it does that is there's a part of the Heritage Park that's up closer to the airport. The airport proper is right over here where the terminal is. And that part of it is much more highly maintained and probably more visited than the western portion of the Heritage Park, which would slowly transition from that greener, more visited part of the park to a kind of upscaled or enhanced desert. We'd also provide some screenings, still leaving access for that electrical vault that is right at the head of the airport. And we'd be continuing that idea of harvesting water to the pistache trees that still do exist in this part of the airport, with some medians as well. What this shows is in this part of the airport Heritage Park, we would have planes, older planes that would be displayed, and near those displays, a series of walls, and those walls would talk about that community aviation history and the local aviation history. And there'd be seating at each of them, and these walls to kind of designate there's something special going on here. We also show a community gathering spot, both in this plaza right here and in the area that would be a nice meadow of grama grass, which is a very drought tolerant grass down here. Another thing we're showing on the master plan is that it's really going to be something that is a place for reflection. And so we've shown some shade structures here and here, and I'll get into that in greater detail here in a minute. But we have two ideas for those shade structures. One is that the shade structures be there for airport viewing and for viewing down to these plains along the park here to the west, and that this part, this idea for the shade structure be made in a kind of airplane wing-like structure. The other option to that is more of a sail kind of structure, and I'll get into greater detail about those in a second here. We also included some shade structures along the path, which would make this loop. And this plaza is about 15 feet up, so it would give great views out towards the airport, and it would have some information about the airport in general on it. But the reason for these long swoops of path is so that we can make the plaza that has that great viewpoint, that view deck, handicapped accessible. So if you were coming from the parking lot, this path would be handicapped accessible and at the right elevation and slope all the way up to the plaza. The plaza, as I mentioned, would be 15 feet high, probably a little bit higher on the airport side to view the field. There would be either a structure like this on it, which I mentioned would use a kind of a airplane wing type structure here, or we would use a sail type structure similar to the one on this photo right here on the top that would provide a greater amount of shade on the top there. The other thing we did is we subtly graded this so that the upper part towards the airport here would be a little higher than grade. The middle would be at grade, and the other part to the west would be a little lower than grade. And it kind of mimics the controls for a plane in doing that. Because as you know, there's a joystick in a plane, and you pull it back and you go up, and you pull it towards the front and you go down like this. Along this edge of that plaza here, we would put low vegetation so that view would be maintained. And then along this side, it would be higher trees and such. We're also thinking that this area right here could be used as, I won't call it an amphitheater, but we'll call it a gathering space. But it's a place for events. There could be a stage set up at one end temporarily for, anything from movies to just an event about air travel in Las Cruces, and that would be kind of down in this area on this section. In the Heritage Park, the Spanish oak or the Texas red oak is the oak we're recommending as the bigger tree. in this heritage park. Honey mesquite, of course, everybody's familiar with that, on the other parts of the project and in the native part. And then a list of plants that ranges from pearl leaf mountain mahogany, which is also a native, to damianita, which is a evergreen daisy, really. And then that big native grass area, which would probably be blue grama, and the fragments of the desert that I mentioned earlier. And I think that's it. Andy, did I miss anything? I tried to give you a presentation that's not too long, but gave you the best kind of perception of what we're doing. And I could leave one of these plans up and we could have any questions or comments that you might have, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, George. That would be good to leave that one of the plans up. That'll kind of spark some conversation. So we have Councilor Vasquez who would like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, Andy, as well for this presentation. Yeah, the first question for Andy, just in terms of the funding for the landscaping and the long-term, I guess, outlook is done. Could you just comment a little bit on how the plan is?
You know, Councilor Vasquez, you're kind of fading in and out. I wonder if maybe we may ask you to turn your camera off and then we can have a little bit clearer transmission. Okay. You want to repeat your question, Councilor Vasquez, please?
Sure. So I'm timeline on this, Mayor, and the funding for it. How does this fit in with the overall development at the airport, and where are we getting the money to pay for this and that kind of thing?
Gotcha.
Sure, excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Vasquez for the question. So what we have is we have identified funding for a phase one, and that will probably focus on the entryway and the Pistache LA, as Mr. Radnovich pointed out. That's probably where we're going to start with, so that we really punch up that arriving at a sense of place. The rest of this will have to be phased in. We would be looking at a combination of funding sources, probably looking at further capital outlay request, also looking at doing some phases through our regular budgetary process, the CIP process, and then also, just sort of looking and seeing if there's some other capital funding sources. I mean, it's going to have to be phased in. This is at the master plan level, and really is going to need to take time to be implemented.
Great, thank you, Andy. And then, so for phase one, the entryway and the layers around the pistache tree and maybe the roundabout, what's the timeline on that, and where is that funding coming from?
Sure. So, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, that would be what we would look at the first phase. As I mentioned, we do have some funding available in our current capital outlay funding so we set aside money for the master plan and money for a phase one. So once the master plan has finished going through the process of development, we want to bring it back to City Council for adoption, and then we can move on with construction drawings and implementation. So I'm hoping that we can get this underway prior to the next growing season. That's what I'm hoping for. But we already have funding for that phase one.
Okay, great. And so you mentioned that was through capital outlay, the funding for phase one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question, I have some more questions about the landscaping, but just want to get these out of the way on funding first. In terms of prioritizing capital outlay and capital infrastructure project funding, I know that there was some work being done to the aprons around the airport, in particular some of those areas that collected a lot of debris, where some of the existing surface was coming up and potentially wasn't very safe. Are there other more pressing needs in the airport proper that are related to safety concerns or operational concerns, or are they being taken care of concurrently in terms of where we're focusing our funding on?
Excellent question. Thank you very much for that. So the short answer is yes, we have addressed all but two of those safety issues. There are two taxi lanes that still need to be resurfaced. We are going to be using federal funding for those to finish those up. But all of the other taxi lanes and aprons that have those potential safety issues have already been addressed.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you, Andy. That's great to hear. I know there were some outstanding issues there, so I'm glad that we're getting to care of those. Okay. Well, in terms of the landscaping, yeah, I think it's a terrific plan. I've had the privilege to fly out of the Las Cruces Airport a few times and been there for a couple of different events when it was open, and we had some more activity and a terminal there, and it was definitely a good place to gather. But I'd be lying if I didn't say the entryway was a little bit unappealing, and I'm sure a lot of folks feel that way. So I think the landscaping update is really well needed. So within this landscaping piece, there's some roadway reconstruction, I'm assuming, with the addition of the roundabouts. And then those existing turns there to the sides where some future development might be. Is that so the roadway reconstruction, that's considered, I guess, part of the landscaping. But I'm also just wondering, in terms of accommodating commercial vehicles for any type of commercial operations, if this is the type of roadway that we need to anticipate any type of, field trucks or any type of large construction equipment making its way into the airport.
Sure. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, for that question. So I'll sort of answer that in two parts. One is Crawford. Any reconstruction or implementation of roundabouts is going to be a future phase. So we're not going to consider that in phase one, because especially since, like, that first roundabout, as you go north on Crawford from the frontage road, that would connect to a road that doesn't really exist in that point yet. So that's going to be for a future development, a future phase. The second part, though, is any roundabouts, any roadway design, any of those features will absolutely include plenty of room for the maneuvering of a fuel delivery truck or anything that's going to be a large vehicle like that. So absolutely, we will have that in mind when we design and plan the any road construction.
Excellent. Thank you, Andy. And I know we're talking about commercial air service as part of our next discussion. So the next question is tied to that a little bit. Assuming one day we do have commercial air service back in one way or another, the type of operations that a commercial airplane company might need, is this roadway construction configuration suitable for folks for a little bit heavier traffic and for a commercial company to be operating out of here?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, the roadway that is planned here, well, let me start with the roadway that exists. It is, from an average traffic perspective, it is greatly underutilized. And so even with the installing roundabouts and other aspects to this roadway, there's still plenty of traffic capacity that's available on this roadway. And one thing that I'll say, again, from the standpoint of any future construction design for the roadway, we will absolutely do traffic impact analyses, and we'll look ahead at those numbers before we do any construction. So all of that will be taken into consideration.
Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that. And I think also about our existing parking area as well, consideration for that being expanded in the future, or at least leaving room for expansion if we were to have commercial air service. Some of our regional airports that I've been to in New Mexico have pretty large parking areas for pickup and drop off and that kind of thing. So making sure we have enough room for that if we need it, I think, is important. I really love the idea of the plaza with the viewpoint. The Heritage Plaza is really, something that could attract folks in addition, to just coming for a personal flight or any other reason. I could see that being like a a part of the city that gets photographed and put in magazines, that gets, visited by folks, that potential events could be held in. And so I think that's an added bonus. So I really like that idea. I would say, it'd be nice in that plaza to have perhaps some type of commemoration to also the natural history and the native history of this particular area, because you are really embedded in the Chihuahuan Desert, looking out into the Robledo Mountains and the Sierra de las Uvas. It might be nice to have a commemorative, plaque or monument or something that honors the native people of the area. So the Mescalero Apache and the Piro Manso Tiwa. It'd be great just to have a recognition that this, of the land that you're on. So that'd be a suggestion I might have for the plaza.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And then the other part was around the trails. It was mentioned that a lot of mountain bikers or trail riders ride up to the airport and back. And so I think the plaza is a great, I could see a group of people riding their bikes out to the airport, meeting at the plaza and gathering there, and, that being a thing that Las Crucians do. So in terms of trail connectivity, are there any considerations that we need to look at now in terms of that connectivity with a regional trail system like the Monumental Loop or other systems that touch in and around the airport?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, that's an excellent idea. It was an idea that was brought up in one of our public input meetings. How could this connect, for instance, with the Organ Mountain Desert Peaks, which is immediately to the north of the airport? Would there be any options down sort of to the east where there's more riparian areas, more arroyos and things like that? The purpose of this master plan is to focus immediately here, but I think when we look at a larger airport master plan update, we can look at something that's broader, something that encompasses more of the airport area and makes those connections. The focus of this particular master plan is a little bit more narrow than that, or a little more focused than that, rather. But I think that was certainly captured in our public input process, and we would look at that for a broader connections in the region.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity and asset we have there. As you know, a lot of people use Corralitos Ranch Road to get into the Sierra de las Uvas, and have opportunities for outdoor recreation out there for numerous things, including hang gliding, as you know, that they do out there, but also rock climbing and mountain biking and certainly hiking. And so having another access point that maybe could be at the airport in the future could be a cool part of what the airport facility and the city land offers to the community. So thank you for that. And I think that's it for me. I think it's a great idea. I definitely think the airport needs sprucing up from the entrance all the way to its terminal facilities. And so I think this is a great plan, and appreciate the use of native plants and rainwater harvesting. I think that's just the way we need to go for pretty much any city project that involves this amount of greenery whenever we can. So thank you, Andy. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Sword?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Andy and George, for that information, the presentation. I just wanted to agree or congratulate you on your stormwater captures for the landscaping. That's something that we want to do here in Las Cruces, so I'm glad to see that in this plan. I just have one question about the Heritage Park and the shade structures. Did you look at the possibility of using some kind of solar panels for shades?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Sorg, that was not one of the choices that we had looked at. I think that's an excellent idea to consider how we could integrate that into our design. Yeah, thank you for that feedback. I appreciate that, because we are going to be using solar panels as shading for parking as we move forward. So perhaps integrating that into the park design would be an option.
Okay, very good. And it's good to hear that you're going to use it for parking too. That's where it'd be most appropriate to put solar panels for shade there. Well, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. And looking forward to seeing some improvements at the airport.
Very good. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Radnovich and Andy. It was a wonderful presentation. I think, though, that when we had this a few weeks ago, that evening meeting that went on for about an hour and a half, I don't think anybody wanted it to end. It was just such a wonderful presentation. I'm not saying that this wasn't, but it was just, it was really wonderful. And as far as the, to elaborate a little on Councilor Sorg's concern about the shading around the in Heritage Park area, you know, that the shading there. I think the feeling was the discussion around that, if I recall, Andy, you can correct me please if I'm wrong, but the feeling was that to leave that kind of airy and be a place to view the planes landing and, you know, that sort of a feeling. And the fact that the airport is looking at the parking space to be the place to put the solar panels is probably something that has been taken into account and looked at. But did we, George, when this was discussed, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 weeks ago, times are, you know, months are just going by, but was there any discussion about any kind of retail shops or eateries or anything like that? Because as you say, we want it to be a community gathering spot. And whenever you get people, you know, gathering, people want to, drink, not necessarily, liquor or anything like that, but, have a place to water up and to maybe have a bite to eat. Did we discuss that, and would that be appropriate or possible? And I don't know, it'd be a question for you and for Andy.
The idea of retail is Mayor and Councilor Flores. The idea is an important one, and we did discuss it to some degree. What we talked about was where these parcel entries would be. These parcels towards the front of the airport, near the frontage road, and the parcels, the next area back in here, could be commercial areas that could include eateries and hotels. We didn't talk about that in front of the kind of airport proper. That would, I think that idea is a great idea. Andy, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but more of a land use kind of planning than landscape planning, but I do like that idea.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, thank you very much all for that question. So there's two things I want to point out. The first is that if you're looking at here at the airport proper, the square building that's right in the middle of the top, that is the 8960 Zia building. We are currently working with a restaurateur to locate there, and we're hoping that they'll be able to be open soon. So we do have a restaurant going there. We're really excited about that. But I think that's one of what we'll see, that'll sort of be an anchor restaurant for us, and we'll hopefully see that continue to grow. The other thing that I want to say is that just to sort of echo what George said, as we look at the master planning for the West Mesa Industrial Park that is also underway, and Francisco Payares is leading that master planning process. I'm involved in that as well. That's going to be something that's very important for us to talk about from a land use perspective, because the airport immediately abuts the industrial park along its southern boundary, and so that's really a great opportunity to look at how the industrial park properties and the airport properties really dovetail with each other to provide exactly what you're looking for in that commercial and eatery and hotel restaurant type of situation.
Thank you, Mr. Human. Thank you, Mr. Radnitz. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. And if I may ask George and Andy, you guys kind of sound similar. Just so that person taking the notes, they can transcribing can make note of it, because I was looking down and I thought it was George and it was Andy. So because they're not watching the video when they're doing this, so if you don't mind, and just okay, Councilor Bencomo, then Councilor Betis-Stube.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, thanks so much, Andy and Mr. Radnovich, for the presentation. A couple questions. I'm curious, and Mr. Radnovich, I'm not sure if I'd met you yet, and I've been in conversation with the folks working on the industrial park on the other side of the airport. That's not you, right, Mr. Radnovic, or it is?
It is not, no.
Okay. I guess, one of my biggest questions is in terms of alignment with, the park. I know there's a lot of conversation happening over there around beautification as well, and upgrades that need to be made to the West Industrial Park, which we of course all hope its name changes as well. But is there conversations happening with both of these planners on both sides to make sure that there's, this is such a great landscape master plan that I think it'd be really wonderful if on the industrial park end there was similar sort of planning happening that it looked similar. Andy, I don't know if that's a question for you necessarily, but I'm just curious how much alignment is happening on both ends of the highway.
Sure. This is Andy. Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Bencomo. So up to this point, we have been focusing the master plan on the airport because the industrial park master planning process was just sort of kicking off. Now that we have that process underway and we have we're approaching the final draft of this master plan for landscaping, we can now begin to bring those two together and talk about them in a more unified manner. So both of them were sort of on different tracks and different levels, but I think now we're at that point where we can do that. The other thing that I think is really great. So first, I want to make sure that I'm clear. Some of the funding that was used for this was capital outlay money for the airport. So we can't use funding for the industrial park specifically. However, with the ideas that we have from the entryway and the plant pallets and those types of things, those would very easily transition over to the industrial park. We could work on construction drawings very easily from these pallets. A lot of what we have at the industrial park is already developed. So we know where the streets are, we know where the light poles are, et cetera, et cetera. So we don't need to go through the master planning process like we do here, where we don't have those things. Mm-hmm. So I think the translation from the airport master plan to the industrial park is going to be very easy. And I think it'll really help us to maintain a consistency with that plant palette as we move forward.
Can I interrupt real quick? Looks like Dr. Martinez has a comment she'd like to make.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Councilor Bencomo, thank you for that highlight. I want to make sure that I emphasize that all the efforts of the airport and the industrial park are being coordinated and leveraging upon each other. So some of the things, as Andy mentioned, are specific to the airport because of the funding sources. But we are in the updating of the master plan for the industrial park. We're definitely including not only the work that is being done at the airport, but also the stakeholders, so we can also include that perspective and approach it as two assets that may be physically separated, but as a hub for business growth.
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Martinez and Andy, thank you for that. I think that's a really important piece to highlight for sure. My other question is, Andy, you mentioned this was a phase-in. How many phases? And then do you have an approximate for like how much phase 1 will be, how much phase 2 will cost, and then so on and so forth?
Thank you very much, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. This is Andy. So one of the things, since the master plan has not been finalized yet, some of those questions are still are yet to be answered. What we have identified for phase 1 is approximately $125,000. That's what we have identified in our capital outlay. So as the rest of the master plan is finalized, and as we get, we'll have a written report with it, as well as the drawings, etc. It will outline all of those steps, and it'll talk about how we phase in various things, because some of the stuff is seasonal and those types of things. So that we will have that as part of our final report.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Those are all my questions. I just wanted to say thank you for putting such an emphasis on native plants. I think that that's really important, and it's going to make it really special. So thank you very much.
Councilor Beta Stuvey, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Radnovich, and thank you, Andy. I'm amazed by this project, but I also want to thank my counselors for asking such insightful questions. My main concerns were actually just answered on the alignment between the industrial park and the airport. And so thank you for that. And Andy, if you could remind me, was the signage for the airport included in phase 1 potentially?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Beta Stuvey, yes, we're going to look at getting that signage as part, the signage and that entry median. We want to get that in as phase 1.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know when Councilor Bencomo and I did a visit over there, I made a real hard turn getting in there just because we were looking for signage.
Right.
So I appreciate having that in. So thank you all very much. I really enjoy seeing these projects and all the work put into it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Also, we will be doing a cost estimate based on the master plan as part of the report that Andy was just talking about. So that is yet to come. We wanted to bring it before we got it to that level.
Okay, and that was George talking.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was George. Sorry, Mayor.
No problem. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Andy. And thanks, George, for all the hard work. It's really exciting to see how much work has been done. I really love the idea of Las Cruces Airport Heritage Park and highlighting the history, be it using, our desert landscape and all the native plants, but also I envision seeing, historic airplanes, those kinds of things. I think that it would be just so incredibly exciting. And then the idea of having the park and people convening is great. And so I agree with Councilor Sorg related to the solar panels. As much as we can incorporate solar panels, I know our electricity, our bills are pretty high over there, and anything that we could do to offset that and get that in much more quickly than we've anticipated, I think will be helpful to free up some funding to be able to use this for, for phase 1, phase 2, however many phases there might be. But I'm really wanting to emphasize the solar panels. I think that's really important. And if you can incorporate that into the 1% art in some way as well, I think is going to be very important for that area. And I would agree, Councilor Bencomo, great points, all of you, but especially the coordination, collaboration with the industrial park really needs to happen. We don't want to see it looking different. I think it's important that, so as much as you can, I know you've had some very vibrant and robust conversations with folks at the airport related to this. But I really want to encourage that those two groups come together and really work together. I love that idea of the hub, right? A hub of, that physically separates us, but it needs to be connected in every way possible. I think that those were all really my comments. Let me just make sure that I got everything. Yeah, I can appreciate Councilor Vasquez's comments, just ensuring that not only that we use the desert landscape, but that we're incorporating all those phenomenal things with Las Uvas, like the hiking and the, just people being able to see that there's opportunity there for all sorts of outdoor recreation, I think is really, really important if we can highlight that along with the rest of this would be awesome. So thanks, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, Mayor Pro Tem brought up something that I wrote down as after I had it up in my notes, and I didn't cover that. And I thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, for bringing up the City Art Board participation in this. And I did see that there would be some kind of in George's plan that there would be some sort of artwork. So would city, and then there's that 1% that's allocated. Is there any allocation of that sort in regards to this Heritage Park, or is that something that's totally different? And if it is totally separate and apart from this particular endeavor or project, would it be possible to tap those funds so that we can get our City Art Board to work on that public art aspect? And then the other thing, and I'll just put out then, and I'll let you address that, Mr. Hume. What Councilor Vasquez brought up about recognizing it is Heritage Park, but if I recall, and his contributions, and I agree with that. But did we have? I know we had input about. I think we discussed, or the public input at that meeting several weeks ago. I think it was in July. Yeah, it was July. I think someone did bring up something about recognizing some aviators or some heritage in regards to airport history. Is that okay? So I am remembering that. Okay. So I don't know how we would do that. I mean, I think it would be, I thought it was good input I think it was from one of our board members who happened to attend. Those are two things that, and then with Councilor Vasquez bringing up the heritage of this particular area, the geographic areas to the indigenous people, and the fact that we're using these beautiful indigenous plants, I think would enhance everything. And also it'd be, I think more than anything, it's just a matter of respect to our ancestry here and, who we are as a people. And I think that there was some discussion too as to giving that Heritage Park area, giving a sense of history of who we are here. Yeah. So good. I'm glad that all of that is written down somewhere in someone's notes. And thank you again, Mr. Hume and Mr. Radnovich. Great job. Beautiful. And Andy, always thank you. Namaste. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, this is Andy. Could I address just a couple of items in closing? Just address a couple of items. I don't know if we're closing or not, but first of all, I want to mention that
Andy,
I'm
sorry to interrupt. Looks like Assistant Manager Dalahan wanted to say something real quick.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, and this is really a question for Andy, so he may be leaning toward answering this. Councilor Flores, related to the public art, it depends on how the state legislation gives the money to us. There may be a mandatory state art board set aside. And we can't generally use state funds for a city art project, though the city could be involved in that art selection process. But I just wanted to bring that up to hopefully Andy can address.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, David.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just to address that, the one of the requirements of that is for that is a 1% for art. That's an automatic set aside. When we accepted the capital outlay grant from the state, that was an automatic set aside. So we will have that funding available, and we will tap into that. If there is other art that is interesting, that people may find interesting in the area, that's something that absolutely we'd love to collaborate with the art board to look into those and how we would integrate that into the overall design and future phasing of the project. And then the other thing I wanted to mention really quickly is specific to how we display the commemoration, the heritage, if you will. Bronze plaques are very highly durable, especially in our New Mexico sun. So those could be utilized. Also, there's the monument. It's in Councilor Gondara's district. It's on Picacho and Spruce in that turn area. We're in the bend where it has the nice mural made out of the fired porcelain. There's a few very durable, really great ways to display that. And I think we could make use of any or a combination of those ways to do that. So I think those ideas are there, and I think we can definitely take advantage of them.
Okay, thanks, Andy. Looks like Larry Nichols has a quick comment, and Councilor Flores, if you can check your phone, please. Larry?
Thank you, Mayor. Member of City Council, Larry Nichols, Community Development. Andy and George, very intrigued with your presentation and the ideas about the planning that you have. A thought occurred to me as we were listening to comments from the council about taking advantage of energy saving type of devices and art, public art. And then the idea that you were wanting to bring forward about recognition of the airport as a place. And the thought occurred to me, what about wind turbines for generating electricity? Wind turbines for being a notice of a place. I've gone through over in California, I think it's around Palm Springs, and you go through those wind generation turbines and you're transfixed with them for a long time. Mm-hmm. And I think aviation, they have propellers, right? Mm-hmm. All that could go together to help identify the location there, and maybe a little less expensive than a large solar apparatus. It takes a long time to pay off solar panels with energy savings. But anyway, wanted to just throw those ideas out there for your consideration as you're going through the planning. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Yeah, very good. Thanks, Larry. Wasn't too sure if Councilor Flores and Mayor Pro Tem Gondara had any more questions, or they just forgot to put their hands down. Okay. Got it.
Mr. Mayor, if I might just, I want to just address that really quickly. I will be absolutely very pleased to explore any energy conservation, energy production options, as long as we explore them within the realms of that they're compatible with the airport and stuff. So I appreciate those ideas very much. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Andy. So it looks like we're ready for the next item, your planning and commercial air services update.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors.
All right. Let's see here. George, if you could end your screen share, and I will hop on to the next one.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's see here. So shifting gears, still obviously at the airport, we appreciate your attention to this next item, which is information on the feasibility study to look at planning for commercial air service. So I want to provide just a little bit of background to get into this conversation. First, as I note there on the slide, there are two items actually in the City Council strategic plan that address this topic. And so this is sort of the genesis of the conversation and of moving forward with a feasibility study, talking about establishing daily regional commercial flights and looking at setting a target for enplanements on an annual basis. These two goals are set for 2022. So we're working toward those, and this feasibility study takes us in that direction. The other thing in the economic development strategic plan is that we go sort of a step farther and set up some matrix so that we have some intermediate steps to reach in attempting to achieve these goals in the strategic plan for the City Council. So economic development received an EDA grant, and so as we mentioned in the previous, there's been multiple funding sources that we're looking at. And so what we were working with in the previous one is capital outlay. This is with economic development grant assistance from the US EDA. And so we went through an RFQ process and selected air planners. So you'll hear from these gentlemen here, Kent Myers, Bill Tomchich, Guy Ruel, and David Becker as the consultants that we've been working with on this feasibility study. So this project has been very interestingly impacted by COVID, to say the least. As you can see, we had a kickoff, project kickoff back in the end of October of 2019. We had 2 in-person presentations, and actually several of you were attended and participated, and we appreciate that very much. Also, there were some individual stakeholder interviews. So we were able to sort of drill down into some specific needs for organizations like NMSU and the like, individuals who perhaps would be stakeholders in commercial air service in our future. And then most recently, back in July, a presentation was made to the Economic Development Policy Committee. And so the next step that we thought it was very critical to do is to bring it to you here at a work session. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause right there, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Kent Myers with Air Planners, and he will get started on the presentation, and we'll take it away.
So Andy, are you sharing my screen?
No, sir. You can share your screen, or I can pull it up here on mine as well.
Okay, hang on here a second here.
Mr. Myers, I'm going to need you to just state your name when you speak, please.
Yeah, we'll do here. Let me get over here to the right button, so to speak. Okay, share screen. Okay. There. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Kent Myers. I'm with Air Planners. I really appreciate the time to address the council. I think we have some really interesting data points and some information for you to consider as we move forward in this process. I've got a couple of housekeeping items that I'd like to first introduce. Is that the presentation does have some data points and some interesting facets as it relates to air service and the research that we've done. If you have any questions, please feel free to make some notes, and we'll answer those questions as soon as the presentation is done. It'll only last about 10 minutes from that standpoint. As far as the team itself is concerned, there's air planners, there's Bill Tomczyk and myself, Air Service Development, David Becker from RRC Boulder Focus Group, who really works on the research and the potential demand, passenger demand and travel. Guy Ruel with Du Bois and King. He works on the air facilities, capital improvements, and cooperative FAA funding. The team has worked together on numerous projects. Bill and I particularly are familiar with New Mexico. We actually started service in Hobbs as well as Roswell from square one. Actually, no air service at all, commercial service. We've also worked at Santa Fe Airport and the Taos program. We have a lot of confidence in the data. And if you take away just 4 items today, these are the 4 that I want you to consider. In 2019, there was 650 people every day, average, left Las Cruces, drove down to the El Paso airport and departed on aircraft. At the same time, on that same day, approximately 650 passengers landed at the El Paso airport and went to Las Cruces. If you take the area within Las Cruces, and we call it a catchment area, that represents 13.6% of all the air traffic going through the El Paso airport, almost 250,000 enplanements. DFW and Phoenix are really the best fit for nonstop service. David and Bill will get into some of that data a little bit. And we feel very strong about the data. We're very confident in it, that there's enough passenger demand in Las Cruces to have 2 to 4 daily flights on a 50 to 76 seat jet aircraft. So it's very exciting news from that standpoint. And with that, I want to turn it over to David and start talking about methodology and data sources.
Okay, thanks, Kent. Thanks, Council and Mayor. My name is Dave Becker with RRC Associates. And as Kent mentioned, just wanted to take some time to go through sort of the approach we took to the study, some of the data and methodologies we used, just so you can understand how we got to those numbers that Kent summarized. And then also provide a bit more detail on the numbers in terms of, general dynamics in the flight market out of Las Cruces. And we'll be doing some handoffs between me and Kent and Bill as we go through here. But first here, just on this slide, there's a variety of different data sources and methodologies we kind of pulled together to evaluate the Las Cruces catchment area flight market. Essentially, our primary goal has been to, again, sort of quantify how many passengers are generated by the catchment area, and then understand sort of the dynamics of where people are coming and going within that market. We spent quite a bit of time evaluating the El Paso airport flight market insofar as that's the primary service airport for the catchment area. We've also solicited input from regional businesses and residents via surveys of those 2 groups early in 2020. And then we've also looked at a variety of socioeconomic and travel data to help in the analysis. And then finally, all those methodologies kind of summarized above were conducted in sort of the pre-COVID era. COVID-19, as Andy mentioned, has definitely had significant impacts, creating both challenges as well as opportunities. And we'll touch on that at the end of this presentation. So one of our main focuses is on understanding the nature of air travel demand generated by the catchment area. And as we have sort of analyzed it, it appears that the catchment area is really sort of comprised by 5 counties, dominated by Doña Ana, but also Sierra, Luna, Grant, and Hidalgo counties. on the graph on the right, those donuts are roughly proportionate to the volume of travel generated out of each county. And then the color coding on the donut represents the airports where those passengers go. And you can see that for Doña Ana, and apologies that we should have put the tilde on the first N, that El Paso Airport captures about 86% of the traffic out of Doña Ana, and somewhat lesser shares out of other counties. I'll turn it over to Bill Tomsich now to talk a bit about El Paso, given that that's the dominant destination for travel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Tomsich, and I'm a partner with Air Planners. And we had the pleasure of visiting your fine city. It was about 11 months ago. Of course, we flew in and out of the El Paso airport ourselves. And this is really where we're trying to study where a lot of the people are already coming and going. This is just a list of the top 10 routes in and out of El Paso for the calendar year 2019. Very clearly, the top routes are Dallas and Phoenix. So DFW, which is served by American Airlines, Phoenix is served by both American and Southwest, and Dallas Love Field is served by Southwest Airlines. We did a pretty detailed analysis of where the traffic is going and who's capturing that traffic. And generally speaking, with up to about 53 average daily flights per day that were scheduled on average last year, about 76% of the passengers were carried by either American or Southwest Airlines. Specifically, Southwest is the largest airline into El Paso with roughly 46% share, and American is number 2 with about 30% share. And very clearly, as I said, the number 1 and 2 markets are Dallas and Phoenix. And with the competition that exists there today, we believe that is one reason Las Cruces potentially could be very attractive to American Airlines right now, because currently in El Paso, the majority of those passengers to those 2 markets, as well as many points beyond, are actually traveling on Southwest Airlines. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to David to talk about some of the methodology of trying to quantify the number of passengers that really represents. And I'm going to come back later in the presentation to talk about what we've learned is happening with the airlines post-COVID.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Kent. Dave Becker again here. At this, in this top table, we first kind of look at the geographic origin of local passengers using El Paso Airport. So these are people who live in the El Paso County, Las Cruces area. And you can see that roughly 70% of the local resident passenger volume at El Paso Airport is associated with El Paso County residents. Significantly, the catchment area, the 5-county catchment area, accounts for approximately 15.3% of the total local resident travel at El Paso Airport. This data is based on cell phone geography tracking. All that data is anonymized. There's no, essentially, it's a relatively newer technique of being able to sort of understand the geography of people using a given facility. Essentially, if we look at the lower table, this looks at the flight demand, which is generated by the catchment area. And if we look at that first row in the table, we can see El Paso Airport generated approximately 1.7 million enplanements in 2019. A little over half of those were attributable to residents of the region, about 925,000. A little less than that, 800,000 or so, were those enplanements were generated by inbound visitors to the area. And that particular data comes from U.S. Bureau of Transportation statistics based on air travel itineraries of where people are coming to or going from, or coming from or going to. So looking at the next, okay, actually, if we just go back to the previous slide real quick, just to work down, the next row shows the percentage of those enplanements for residents and visitors respectively, which were attributable to the Las Cruces catchment area. You can see how the 15.3% is pulled down. And then we do the math and we see that residents of the Las Cruces area generated about 141,000 enplanements at El Paso. Visitors generated approximately 12% of inbound visitors, we estimate, were destined for the catchment area. And that translates into about 95,000 enplanements. Sum those two together and you get to 237,000 annual enplanements. Divide by 365 and you're at the 650 passengers daily each way. And now we can, in this slide, we look to break down those 650 daily passengers each way, particularly seeing to what degree that demand could be served by American Airlines service to Phoenix and to Dallas. As Bill mentioned, those two cities are the leading destinations for El Paso airport travelers. So at the top of this chart, we start with those 650 passengers daily each way, or PDU. We estimate that roughly 36% are westbound from El Paso or Las Cruces, 64% are destined to points east. Then we've got the next tier down, and interestingly, American Airlines hubs in Phoenix and Dallas can serve fully 96% of that traffic nonstop. So essentially, or that would mean a one stop from Las Cruces. So if Las Cruces had flights to Dallas and to Phoenix, with just that one stop, 96% of the demand could be served, of the LRU demand could be served by those two airports respectively. So then we go to the very bottom and we further break out that Phoenix and Dallas demand into segments which are relatively favorable for Las Cruces or more competitive. Essentially, the yellow boxes indicate where the share of passenger demand, which is already served by direct flights out of El Paso. So, for example, if we consider westbound flights, you can go to El Paso Airport and get a direct flight from El Paso to Los Angeles. Whereas if Las Cruces Airport had air service to Phoenix, that would require one stop in Phoenix before you get to Los Angeles. So those two yellow boxes indicate where there would be more competition for Las Cruces Airport in providing service, whereas the orange boxes indicate where Las Cruces Airport would have less competition and arguably a favorable position given its relatively more convenient location as compared to El Paso. So if we, I'll turn it over back to Kent here to further elaborate on those two hubs.
So this is what we call a hub and spoke or a spider map. If you fly out of Las Cruces and go to DFW on American Airlines, you can connect to those dots that are basically points east and some southeast. Same thing occurs in Phoenix, but if you really kind of look at this is a phenomenal opportunity. The decision that Bill and I and David are really wrestling with is not if you have enough traffic that's coming to Las Cruces or departing from, is which market do you want to try to serve first? And that's kind of the next step that we will get into. And you only have one common carrier, which makes a lot of sense from that standpoint. It's a pretty easy sell from that to American Airlines to go and try to convince them to fly here, considering that they could control the entire market for a period of time. I'm going to change it back over to David a little bit.
Okay, so what we estimate, this is Dave Becker again, in this table, what we're looking to do is sort of translate that demand to Dallas and Phoenix into number of supportable daily flights. So kind of in the upper half of this table, we first look at Dallas, and we can see in the first numerical column on the left that Las Cruces, the catchment area, is generating approximately between 277 and 394 PDU. That orange row, the 277, is where Las Cruces Airport would be especially competitive. And then as we work to the right, we look at what sort of that means in terms of enplanements if if Las Cruces were to just capture 80%, 60%, or 40% of that aggregate demand. And you can see that even under that fairly conservative scenario where LRU captures 40% of that demand and the remaining 60% goes to El Paso, even under that 40% demand, you've got somewhere between 111 and 158 PDU daily that could be serviced by DFW. And that translates into about 2 to 4 flights per day on those 50 to 76 seat jet aircraft. Typically, you want to see roughly 70% of those seats filled, which would mean about, in a given aircraft, you'd want somewhere between 35 and 53 seats filled for the air service to be economically viable. Moving down to Phoenix, you can see that the volume is somewhat less, somewhere in the range of 77 to 232 PDU going to Phoenix, and then moving to the right under that 40% capture scenario, 31 to 93 PDU, and probably 1 to 2 supportable daily flights.
I would add that this is the most conservative track as far as planning is concerned. And the difference in the different sized aircraft, we can put in a 50-seater and move that to a 63-seat regional jet. And if necessary, as far as demand, take it to a 76-seat jet.
Okay, that was Kent Myers speaking.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it was Kent Myers. I apologize.
It's okay.
Back to David.
Okay, thanks, Kent. So for the next 4 slides, we're going to kind of change gears a bit and kind of talk about some of the qualitative feedback we've received from businesses and residents regarding the prospect of commercial air service. So sort of one bank of questions we asked was both incentives and deterrents to using Las Cruces Airport. So first at the top, if air service were available, to what extent might the following factors influence your decision whether to use Las Cruces Airport? And 2 factors that we looked at there, one being the location relatively close to the city of Las Cruces, and then secondarily, also the relatively small size of the airport. And you can see that for businesses, those 2 factors are relatively important for businesses. They would be positive reasons to use Las Cruces Airport. Residents somewhat less driven by those 2 factors, but significant draw for the location and small size as well. Then in the second part of this chart, to what extent might the following factors deter you from using Las Cruces International Airport? Very few people would be deterred by a lack of familiarity with the airport, so that's not really a factor. Some flights from Las Cruces may be on 15 to 30 seat propeller planes, which we wouldn't really apply if we're talking about service to Dallas and to Phoenix, but that it might apply for Albuquerque or Santa Fe potentially. Las Cruces may have a limited selection of 1 to 2 flights per day to any given city. You can see that about a third of those, for about a third of respondents, that would be a bit of a deterrent or a significant deterrent. And then finally, round-trip airfare from Las Cruces Airport may be $75 to $100 higher than airfare from other airports in the region. That's the greatest potential airport deterrent, but less than half of respondents. Okay, and so then after in the surveys, we sort of presented those pros and cons and asked respondents to think about those. And then all things considered, we asked them, to what degree would you actually use air service out of LRU if it were available? And you can see that for businesses, 59% of businesses said they would use 1 to 2 times daily jet service to Phoenix via American. And then 56% would also use service to Dallas-Fort Worth on American. So well over half of businesses expressing interest in those 2 markets And on this resident side, sort of less enthusiasm, but and a relatively broad distribution of interest across various airports. If we move on to the next. So if you could only use one of the following airports for airline service to Las Cruces, which would you choose? On the business side, you can see Dallas, Leeds, closely followed by Phoenix and Albuquerque. And again, with residents, you see opinions mixed across multiple different airports. If you look at, particularly on those businesses, the businesses that fly the most, the preference for Dallas and Phoenix becomes much higher, and Albuquerque kind of is in a lower tier. And then finally, on a somewhat different subject, if commercial airline service were restored to Las Cruces, what impact do you believe it'd have on the local economy? And you can see that about 89% of businesses feel it'd have a somewhat or very positive impact. So very strong consensus there. And about 70% of residents believe it'd have a somewhat or very positive impact on the local economy as well. So with that, I'll turn it back to Bill Tomsich to talk about the COVID-19 situation.
Okay, that was David Belcher speaking. If you don't mind actually just stating your name first before you speak, because you with staff is a little bit easier, but we don't get to hear you all that often, and it's a little bit harder for the person transcribing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Bill Tomsich once again, partner in Air Planners. Thank you all very much, Mr. Mayor and councilors. What this chart shows is what's happened since the outbreak of COVID. Obviously, air travel across the entire United States and for the globe that matter hit rock bottom in the middle of April, down almost 95% from where it was a year ago. But it has been on a slow but steady recovery ever since. We've also been tracking what's happening specifically at the El Paso airport, and they've been tracking very closely along with these national standards. There are some airports that are recovering more quickly, particularly some popular leisure destinations, whether they be beach or mountain. There are some other markets that are recovering more slowly, particularly some of the coastal destinations that serve as international hubs where the international traffic is still way down. But through Labor Day weekend, overall traffic was still down about 2/3 from where it was a year ago. The good news is that's significantly higher than where it was back in April, and I believe that consumers are regaining confidence in traveling by air again. In fact, I continue to look at these numbers on a daily basis, and just yesterday there were a total of 873 passengers processed by the TSA, not quite to that million mark yet. This is an average 7-day weekly average that's shown in this particular chart, but slowly getting back there towards it. In terms of El Paso, on the earlier chart that I spoke to, we talked about how there are an average of 53 daily flights in the 2019 schedules. What the El Paso flights have looked like since is they kind of were down to rock bottom of 14 flights a day in May, up to 17 in June, 21 in July. Now they're at about 26 or 27 daily flights, so roughly half of last year's levels now scheduled through October. So that actually creates an opportunity because the airlines are looking for places to fly their airplanes right now. They're looking for places to put their people to work. And the airlines are being more aggressive at adding back capacity and sometimes taking risks on new markets than I've ever seen. Kent and I work with a number of other clients, not only in New Mexico, but in Colorado as well. And in some cases, they're quickly adding a lot more capacity back to Colorado in the wake of some voids being created by other carriers. But specifically related to American, in their Phoenix hub in particular, that is one that they are growing very aggressively. It's not one of their largest hubs, but in light of the fact that their coastal hubs like Miami and LAX aren't functioning all that well, American is allocating resources to their mid-con hubs. That includes DFW and Phoenix and also Charlotte in North Carolina. And out of Phoenix specifically, just last month, American launched new service beginning in October from Phoenix to Billings, Bismarck, North Dakota, Nashville, Cleveland, Tulsa, as well as La Paz and Laredo in Mexico. So there is an opportunity to add new service in this post-COVID environment because the airlines do have the equipment and the pilots available to try new routes and to take new risks. So that creates the opportunity. I'm going to turn it back to my partner, Kent Myers, to close with some conclusions.
So this is Kent Myers again. So the conclusion There's compelling research for 2 to 4 daily flights from Las Cruces. It's a great opportunity for elected officials and business leaders. We have a unique economic business environment because of COVID. The airlines are competitive and they're very flexible and easy to work with. And they're looking, like Bill pointed out, to for places to deploy aircraft. The air passenger demand is here. I can't say enough about it. In fact, growing up in West Texas, going to school at UTEP, if you would have told me, and the work I've done in the state of New Mexico, if you'd have told me 650 people every day get on a plane out of Las Cruces and go to El Paso to do that and come back, a different set of people, it's just incredible to me. The window of opportunity will close in the future as the airlines gain strength, and the bar will be raised. So it's kind of prime time for us to kind of get our act together so that we can go and offer them a presentation. The next step, this is your airport, your community, but El Paso is winning by default. And we have a plan to be able to support air service to regain what you deserve as a community. Additional research will really be needed a little bit as it relates to DFW and Phoenix. We offer a plan to American Airlines. We create a public-private air alliance that the whole community can be a part of. It's best to do it that way. We're trying to make changes here to a community, to an airport that will impact the community in a positive way forever. And if you know anybody in Hobbs, or you know anybody in Carlsbad, pick up the phone and call. This is just like a different world when you have that dot on the map with a major airline. As far as the infrastructure is concerned, Guy and his group need to, with Andy, need to meet with the FAA, New Mexico Department of Transportation to review the results. We need to amend the airport capital improvement plan. We need to update the airport airport certificate manual to reflect the improvements. And what we're asking is for a direction to move forward with Andy and his team. And this is what you will get. That's the picture. You can go basically to the world. We didn't show the international markets, but if you get to DFW, you can literally fly to most any place in the world on one stop. So with that, I'm going to ask for questions and comments. Andy, Mayor, I don't know what we go from here, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, no, I'll take it from here.
Okay.
So we've got some council members who have some questions, and so we'll start with Councilor Vasquez and then Councilor Sword. Councilor Bates.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me okay, or should I go off video? Am I a little
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. I really appreciate it. And this is really the most compelling analysis that I have found for commercial air service in Las Cruces, because we've talked about it, I think, like we used to talk about the Olive Garden coming to town for decades, and didn't believe it until it happened. But anyways, my first question is around that the competition in El Paso. So, assuming that American Airlines and Southwest collectively are taking, between 13 to 15% or a little bit less than that of existing business from Doña Ana County, if folks are already going from Las Cruces to El Paso and giving those airlines their business, what would make an airline essentially increase its cost of operation, set up a brand new hub, and then go to a market where they're already essentially collecting that market share?
Go ahead, Bill.
Okay. Bill Thompson again. I would be happy to answer this one. Councilman Vasquez and Mr. Mayor. The reason is right now, American is only getting about 40% of that share between them and Southwest Airlines. Southwest has much larger market share. By introducing new flights into a market such as Las Cruces, American would potentially own 100% of that market. That would be American Airlines' incentive.
Thank you. That's a terrific answer, and I appreciate that. So it seems the key here is to have a single operator, and that's really where the additional business might come in and makes it. And then a question here around essential air service subsidies. I know that the FAA gives grants to local, regional, more, I guess, rural community airports like Grant County. I'm not sure if Roswell receives EAS money. But is there any potential for Las Cruces to receive essential air service funding, or do we not qualify for that, or are there other federal programs that can help the city of Las Cruces subsidize commercial air service?
Mayor and Councilman Vanquez, I'll take that. It's Kent Myers. You do not qualify for EAS, much like what Clovis does, because there's a distance of, I think it's 180 miles that you have to be from a medium hub or some airport like Albuquerque. And so they fall out of that range. So you don't qualify, but there are other US DOT grants that we can apply for, as well as there's marketing grants from the state of New Mexico, Department of Transportation, Aviation Division. We've worked with those guys for years in both of those other communities.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. And a follow-up question to that then would be, what would the cost burden be on a city when it enters into these contracts with a commercial airliner, let's say for those 2 to 4 flights? What are we looking at in terms of the share that the city would have to pay to provide this service?
This is Kent Myers, and I'll attempt to answer that. There's a lot of variables with that question. First of all, how large the program is, first and foremost, the size of the aircraft that you fly, the frequency, and so forth. But I will put it into the case of Roswell and Hobbs. They have the guarantee programs. They call them MRGs, minimum revenue guarantee programs. And both of those communities have an air alliance set up that's a public-private partnership between government and business. And every one of them are unique in their nature. The total cost of the program that you don't necessarily raise the money, but you have to have the money budgeted in some format, is up to $1.5 million every year, $2 million, something in that range. But you don't necessarily pay it, because that's assuming that there's kind of the worst case scenario, that the program is faltering, so forth and so on. Two tails. I don't want to get too far down this path, but Roswell's program, we started on American Airlines to DFW. It was very successful. They got a little, I guess, giddy with themselves, and they tried to fly a plane to Los Angeles. It failed because they just didn't quite have the service there. But over a period of 2 years, they lost, I want to say, $400,000 to $500,000 over a 2-year period of time. But up until COVID hit, they had American had taken over the service and had operated it. They got a grant through the US DOT to service the Phoenix flight and start it. It was headed in the right direction and was flying on his own nickel, so to speak. But then COVID hit, and tough situation over there. We don't work with them anymore. I want to make that disclosure, but they're really having to regroup now at this point in time for both of those. Hobbs, a little bit different situation out of to Houston on United. They had a program in place, and they struggled. They struggled because it's driven by oil and gas, and they had some dips. They did lose some money, but it was amazing. They were coming out of it. They added Denver service in late 19, and unfortunately, COVID hit, and we have pulled that service back to a minimum amount, and 3 and 4 flights per week. But the people in Lee County are very tenacious about this program. They realize the benefits. They've seen the economic viability of it and the positive impacts. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yeah, it does, Mr. Myers. Thank you. I appreciate that. And it's important to understand that dynamic. It's almost like a performance contract that the city gives to the airline, and it's just really saying, we guarantee that this amount of passengers will be on your flights in order for you to be positive, make positive revenue. Typically, how long are these agreements made between a city and an airline?
They can last a year or 2 years. Okay. There's an opportunity there. That's basically for business markets, it would be 12 to 24 months.
Okay. That makes me feel good about potential agreement. That way you're not, in the event that you are bleeding money, that it wouldn't be a prolonged situation or a contract you couldn't get out of. I do have a question on the methodology also of the study here. I know Grant County.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. This is Andy. I just want to jump in and address this before we move on to a different topic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez. One of the things that I want to stress, and I was going to bring this up in my conclusion, is we've sort of broken this apart into two phases. Phase one is the feasibility study, which you're hearing about today, and then what we would like to have is direction from council today is how do we move forward with the second phase, which is exploring a lot of the questions that you asked about financing, the minimum revenue guarantee, how we get partnerships built, those types of things. From staff's perspective, our first step is if the numbers didn't work out in the feasibility study, then the second phase really wasn't needed. But the information we're getting from the feasibility study is very positive. So what we want is what we will request is direction on moving forward with that second phase, so we can address those questions, because those are really key. Where the rubber meets the road, basically, is where you're asking. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to give that additional explanation.
No, I appreciate that, Andy. I mean, a lot of the questions that are, and they're good questions asked by council and Councilor Vasquez, you'll have more definitive answers, phase two.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hume. I appreciate that information. I think it's important to know what potentially is involved in those phases leading up to this. So in terms of the methodology here, I'm thinking, in Grant County, which doesn't represent a huge market share, but does have, I believe, service to Phoenix, existing service to Phoenix out of their local airport. How are we assuming we would capture Grant County residents? Because it seems to me like they're in a spot where they have daily flights, I think, to Phoenix and Albuquerque and other places. And so I was just wondering if that was also considered in the considerations of the type of the catchment area for Las Cruces.
So this is Dave Becker, and that is a great point that, there is competitive air service out of Silver City. My understanding is that air service is not American, that it's a different provider, and that if somebody wanted to travel beyond Phoenix, they would require booking, flying to Phoenix and then sort of checking, luggage on going back through the luggage check to get it on a different carrier. So it'd be a bit of a complication for people wanting to travel beyond Phoenix. So that could continue to represent an opportunity for Las Cruces. But it is, Grant County is a relatively smaller, modest piece of the overall catchment area, but there would be some leakage as a result of, that competitive air service.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I realize it's probably a really small percentage of the potential passenger base, but it's also 2 hours away. So I know people would really have to make it worth it for them to come down to Las Cruces rather than hop on there. I don't know what might take longer to recheck bags or to drive an additional 4 hours there and back. So I think that's a good consideration to think about. And then the other question was around the times. I'm guessing folks are flying out at different times. I don't know if you looked at the percentage of how many folks are flying out in the morning versus the afternoon versus the evening. And so I would think that other folks might think it's more attractive to still choose El Paso because they have more of a variety in times. Whereas here we could potentially only offer 1 or 2 times. And so how do you look at that in terms of the preference for somebody to choose a fixed time flight or go to El Paso and say, I'm flying out at 6 p.m. after work and I can't do that in Las Cruces? How does that vary into the analysis?
I'll go ahead and speak to that one, Bill Tomsich, once again, and that is an excellent question. The question you're asking really refers to what the airlines call schedule depth. How deep of a schedule can they offer into a market that is relatively young and not fully matured? Generally speaking, most airlines don't like to go into any markets with less than 2 flights daily to start in order to offer a minimum level of schedule depth. What our analysis suggests here is that potentially the Las Cruces market could support, 3 to 5 flights a day total between 2 hubs. And there are some cities that actually could be served, if you look at the Spire map, particularly north or south of Las Cruces. So places like Denver or Mexico could be serviced by either hub. So that actually increases the schedule depth on a pattern as proposed here. Once you get to 3 flights a day, that's almost as good as connecting to, El Paso has up to 8 flights a day to DFW. That is the most frequent route. Although 8 flights aren't back in place right now, I think American's up to 5 daily between El Paso and DFW right now. But every additional flight you can add adds additional depth and additional connectivity. And generally the entry bar is about 2 flights daily to get an airline interested in coming into a market for reasons you just articulated.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate that explanation. Another question here is around the last commercial operator that we had at the airport. I think, was it Spirit or Horizon or Frontier? I forget which one it was. I didn't use it when.
I think it was Frontier.
Frontier when it was still here. Any contextual information that went into this analysis in terms of why Frontier left and some of the issues around them finding Las Cruces to be non-competitive? Was it an internal company decision or other factors that are potential lessons learned that we might need to know about?
I'll be happy.
Bill.
I'll be happy to take this one because the same question came up when we were in Las Cruces 11 months.
Can you state your name, please?
Bill Tomsich again, and the same question came up when we were in Las Cruces about 11 months ago. And we actually have a lot of experience with airlines coming and going, and it has to do with the compatibility with their business models. And in the case of Las Cruces, the most popular airline that actually flew in for quite a period of time was Mesa Airlines. And they flew 19-passenger turboprop flights, connected intrastate. Some went up to Albuquerque. Another one made a stop in Alamogordo. I actually have an old copy of an OAG that actually shows what those flight schedules were. But the business models changed of those airlines. And what has changed in recent years is the development of really 3 powerful main U.S. network carriers plus Southwest Airlines. So the 3 main network carriers being American, United, and Delta. The result of many mergers and acquisitions. The Phoenix hub that we were talking about connecting with American Airlines used to be a hub for America West Airlines, and then later became a hub for U.S. Airways. Now U.S. Airways is merged with American. So you actually have an opportunity to connect both of those hubs, whereas as recent as 6 years ago, that opportunity would not have existed. You would have had to work with 2 different airlines. Ditto with United, with hubs in Denver and Houston. Houston used to be a hub for Continental. Denver has always been a hub for United. But now that the airlines have merged and consolidated their route networks, it actually creates greater opportunities for small communities like Las Cruces to connect the dots to their networks more effectively than has ever existed in the past.
Thank you. I again appreciate that explanation, and happy to see you guys have thought out through a lot of different scenarios and statistics and variables. I don't have any other questions for now, and we'll wait to see what my colleagues have to ask and say. But initially, I am very supportive of moving forward with this concept based on the data that was presented today. Certainly seems like we have a viable market, and I can hear the excitement in your voices, which is a good sign. because I know you guys do this for a living and you're the experts. And so with that, I'll toss it back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Before I get to Councilor Sword, can you go back to the slide that talked about the percentages of where they were coming from? And I think you had Las Cruces or Doña Ana County at almost 14%. And I think in light of Councilor Vasquez's comment, it was a very small amount. But there was also, I think there was a part where you put other. And I'm looking for that specific slide that you had other. And I don't know if that was defined who the other was.
Ken, this is Andy. I believe you're looking at slide 7.
Can you see my screen?
Okay, hold on. And we need one person at a time here.
Sorry
So I think Andy Hume, you wanted to say something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Ken, I believe they were talking about slide 7, which shows the breakdown of the percentages.
Slide 7?
Yeah.
Okay, if we could just leave it there and then, I'll study that real quick and then I'll go to Councilor Sword. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, gentlemen.
Sure.
Councilor Sword?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, gentlemen, for presenting all this information to me, to us here. Yeah, this sounds really good, and I would favor us pursuing it as best we can, and perhaps as fast as we can too. I just have one little question. About 7, 8 years ago, we were presented a commercial service to the advisory board, and I think it came to the council too. But it was service just to Albuquerque and Santa Fe. And and by the way, Councilor Vasquez had good questions there. There's some of the things I was curious about too. But this service they were talking about was one of the smaller planes. I don't know if it was a 9-passenger or slightly more. But one of the things they said that we wouldn't need TSA service here at our airport for that. So my question is that will this service to Phoenix and DWF require TSA service here in Las Cruces?
Mayor, I'll take that. This is Kent Myers.
Yes, Kent.
Yes, this is the big leagues. This is American Airlines. This is right now the largest airline in the world, and we will require TSA because you enter a sterile area within the U.S. airline system, and once you're in that sterile area, they want to be protected.
Okay, very good. Would that affect the cost of the service, the flights, both to passengers and to the city?
Repeat your question.
Would TSA's required service affect the cost of to passengers and or to the city?
TSA runs the service through. This is Kent Myers again.
Yes.
TSA runs the service through the Department of Homeland Security.
Yes.
There is some initial cost to set it up as it relates to facilities and within the terminal. Guy can get into that more than I can. But as far as the ongoing cost is concerned, that is picked up by the Homeland Security cost.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I will back to the mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Before I get to Councilor Beta Stuvey, can you just real quickly tell us who that 14.7%, who that represents?
Sure, this is David Becker. So about a little over a third of that is the country of Mexico. Most of the remainder is other parts of, well, essentially all of the remainder is other parts of New Mexico and Texas. In terms of New Mexico, the biggest share is Otero County, Alamogordo, also Lincoln County, but also, extending over to Eddy County as well. And then the Texas part is, extending all the way up to Midland, Odessa, and kind of
Gotcha.
Areas east of El Paso.
Great. Okay, thank you. Councilor Beta Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, David, Bill, and Kent for this information. I am also interested in pursuing what it looks like to look at the phase 2 options. And I think a lot of my questions are probably more related to that area. But before we get to that, one of the questions that you all posed on one of your slides was, what was one of the reasons passengers might not want to travel? And one of the items was about cost. And so when we have these types of smaller airports, what are we thinking the increased cost will be to fly out of Las Cruces rather than El Paso? And if that might be, I know it's a little bit of a deterrent on here, but are we thinking that's going to be a large factor?
Bill, go ahead.
I'll be happy to take this one. Bill Tomsich once again, and I've got a fair amount of experience working with small airports where you have larger, sometimes more cost-competitive airports within a reasonable drive. One of them is Hobbs, New Mexico, where they have options of flying out of Midland and Lubbock, both about a 2-hour drive away or slightly less. In most cases, what the airlines do, and this is a great example, because United Airlines is the only airline that flies into Hobbs, they take a very close look at what the cost structures and the fares are into what those peer markets might be. And they try to calculate what would be a reasonable premium that passengers would be willing to pay. So it's going to depend on the local market conditions. Based on the relationships we have with the airlines and pricing and revenue management in particular, they're very open to coming up with a program that is at a level that passengers would be willing to pay. Obviously, the higher the average fare, the less risk if there's an MRG agreement between a community and the carrier. But if it gets to the point that the fares are too high and you lose service to El Paso as a result, then you're losing potential profitability on that flight. The airlines have very sophisticated forecasting models in place to anticipate what the price elasticity is, and can usually pretty accurately figure what the price points are that passengers will be willing to pay. But generally, when they start service, they're going to try to not offer too much of a premium over what other alternatives currently exist.
Fantastic, thank you. And then this one question I think is for Andy. Do we have costs associated with parking at the airport?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey, no, there is no charge for parking at this time.
Okay. So I don't know if there's any plans on adjusting that, but I can imagine if you are traveling frequently and have to do parking, that can make an adjustment too. And then I think it sounds like during our phase 2 that we will hear about what the investment costs are going to be. Should we pursue this? Am I correct on that?
Mr. Mayor, this is Andy, Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey. We actually have some of those investment costs coming to us as part of phase 1. So Mr. Guy Ruel, who is also on the line, can speak a little bit to that if he's able to, but we were working that in tandem with phase 1 actually.
Okay, yes, I'd love to learn more about that.
Sure.
Absolutely, I can speak to that. So thank you, Mayor and Councilman Abeyta-Stuvey. The project itself really, what we looked at was the facility upgrades to the current terminal building.
Can you state your name? Who's talking, please?
I sure can. Sorry about that. It's my first time talking. It's Guy Ruel. Thank you for that reminder. And so we did look at alternatives to various facilities, one of which did include the parking lot and which included solar canopies. In addition to that, our facility study looked at the current terminal building, its configuration, how much space is going to be needed up to 30,000 and beyond enplanements, which fell in sync with Air Planner's study. And so the actual the costs associated really depend on how the airport would like to move forward. We presented 5 alternatives, one of which was do nothing, so we'll call it 4 alternatives. And but in the interest, we did that is a choice. Alternatives considered a private-public partnership on the east side of the airfield, Another alternative was the refurbishment of Building 8960, which is the eastern building. Another alternative was to add additional facilities to the current terminal building. And then lastly, which was what we considered the preferred alternative, or what the alternative that we thought was the best of choice, was to add to the current terminal building and refurbish the building adjacent to the terminal building, so that it would be a 20-year fix, and it would allow for in excess of 40,000 enplanements a year, which is what the study is saying right now. The dollar figures associated with that is in our facilities plan that deliverable that we gave to the city. We could, I'm sure it could be made available, include 68 additional parking spaces, which would be needed with the enplanements. And the total build out for that was estimated at $3.5 million for the facility.
And that included everything from that preferred choice? Or was
Yes, it did. Just full disclosure, last November, Andy engaged with a different consultant to work on the facilities, to look at an evaluation of the facilities and what it would cost. We did utilize their cost per square foot for construction and refurbishment. So we pulled that from that document just to save money and save time. And so the additions would include all of the recommended upgrades that they had recommended in that study that was in November. I think it was commissioned, Andy, in November of 2019, that study.
Thank you, Don. And Andy, what was the type of planning that we were looking at for this additional funding necessary?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Abeyta-Stube, we were kind of waiting to hear direction from council on moving on with phase 2 before we dug deeper into what funding sources might be available. There certainly is, could be participation from the FAA. We did see in Santa Fe that they participated in a terminal building project there in Santa Fe. And then we would certainly look to other options for other funding options to move that forward. But we hadn't identified anything specific until we knew sort of the results of the phase 1 study and how to move on to phase 2.
Okay. Thank you. And then should we decide to go to phase 2 and we need to make these recommendations and make these improvements, do we need to have those completed before we can start bringing in the passengers? Is that contract negotiations that goes with the airlines? What does that process look like?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Abeyta-Stube, I will pass that off to Kent Myers as he's gone through multiple phase 1 and phase 2 projects like this.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. This is Kent Myers. They basically work in tandem. We're talking to the airlines. Guy and his team are talking to the FAA with Andy. There's this kind of exchange back and forth and an understanding of how we meet at one point. It's a little tricky sometimes, but we don't want to get too far down the road with one or the other, knowing that there's some steps that we want to march in sync with. So it's a little bit of a science. I'll just leave it as that.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Myers. I can assume that, we would want to make sure that should we pursue this, that we have all that funding readily available at the same time, so that we don't get stalled on one end and not be able to deliver. So I can imagine that's going to be very thoughtful conversations later on.
Yep.
And all again, and thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all, Kent and Bill and David and the most recent gentleman who provided, Guy Ruel. Thank you all. So, Mr. Kent, you pretty much stated that this time was of the essence situation because the opportunity was ripe with American Airlines. And because it would be the sole server, I was thinking if it's going to be the sole server, those percentages that we were looking at actually would probably really benefit American Airlines, which is wonderful. But my question is to Andy as the manager of the airport. I do know that we would have to go through FAA recertification to be able to operate as this kind of an airport, to up the commercial aspect with the biggest airline in the world. So how do we bring it up to, which comes first, the chicken or the egg type thing? Do we start moving towards satisfying all the requirements by the FAA so that we can be ready to enter into a contract with American Airlines? Or I'm just trying to see how all of this would work out insofar as coordinating or everything is synchronized insofar the steps. And I think Councillor Abeyta-Stube really hit the nail on the head by asking the questions that she did, because we have to have the infrastructure, everything set up so that the FAA will come in and say, yes, and then of course, American Airlines has to say, well, wait a minute, what are you talking about? I mean, how can we really service, so many passengers? Say it would be the same market that exists right now, over 650 passengers daily, flying to El Paso or from El Paso. So all that sort of stuff is boggling as far as I'm concerned, but I know that Mr. Hume has a far better, he has the experience of knowing how things like this go. Now, so keep that in mind, Mr. Hume, but the other, what we have to also understand is that for those of us who do frequently access the world outside of Las Cruces by way of El Paso Airport, I personally do not like the drive out there. It gets kind of crazy in that spaghetti bowl area, as they call it. The timing, sometimes you can leave with 2 hours in advance of your flight departure, and then you get there in maybe 45 minutes because traffic just flowed. Other times you're just really, really afraid you're going to miss your flight. So we wouldn't have that. We would be saving money on wear and tear on our cars, including most of us drive cars driven by gasoline. So we'd be also, reducing the risk of an auto accident. And then we pay a lot of parking out there. It's gone up. It's not owned by the city of El Paso. When it was owned by the city of El Paso, I didn't mind paying $5 long-term. Now it's a private company. It's gone up to $7 a day, and it just bugs me to pay. It just does. And every time I spend money outside of the state of New Mexico and the city of Las Cruces, I wish that I was spending it here. So those are the question for Kent is, for Andy is a certification from the FAA. The question for Kent is time, place, and conditions, as you've expressed right now, are immediate. It's like time is of the essence. So how does that all tie in with how we can move along and get American Airlines to commit? No, I'm not saying that I'm ready to commit, but say the terms were optimal and beneficial to the city. How do you address that, Mr. Kent?
Councilman Flores and Mayor, it's Kent Myers. It is a bit of a kind of in tandem here as it relates to the building of the infrastructure as well as the communications with the airlines. And we don't want to step out too far on one side or the other from that standpoint. I can only tell you that I'll use an example. We're changing the airport from Mammoth Lakes, California to Bishop. And Guy is actually involved in this. And the reason being is that the weather conditions in Mammoth during the winter are terrific with winds and snow and so forth and so on. It's on the Eastern Sierras. And we have United Airlines actually engaged in helping us make decisions at the airport, for the terminal, and in the service facilities at the airport. So it's an engagement process, not only by the city, us, Guy, the FAA, because they're funding the overwhelming majority of those facilities, but the airlines at the table as well as the regional carrier of SkyWest. So it's not like we go down and decisions are made in a vacuum. It's all on board and everybody's aware of what's going on from time to time. Guy, we have scheduled meetings once a month on this project. We're going to launch this airport next December of 2020. So it's a pretty transparent process. I would just leave it as that. Guy, you might have another comment.
No, I think you're spot on. This is Guy Ruel speaking. Ken, you're spot on in that, we're running in concert. We're having monthly meetings with the FAA, with the Transportation, Department of Transportation Aeronautics. And for the most part, there are many elements of a city council and in addition, or county council, I should say, and also the local congressional delegation. A lot of the projects I've done in the last 10 years, which has been over $100 million of infrastructure on airports, has been predominantly around the alignment of and the agreement with the mayor, city council, local government, regional government, and then state government. If all of those are in alignment, the FAA does not want the necessarily sword fight with folks. They want them to resolve this and have the vision and come to them. And then the FAA will find a way to fund the things that are FAA fundable or eligible. So those are the comments I would add to this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bell, and thank you, Ken. And Andy, how about the certification? How does that play into all of this with the FAA? Even though it was well described explained by Kent or by a Guy that they're at the table, nothing is done, in a vacuum. So, but still, I'm worried about certification just because of the problems we had before you came on board. And I know that they've come along, but I just want to know.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, we actually are in an outstanding position right now. We have our Part 139 certification. It is intact. We've been doing a great job of maintaining it. We've actually had it since 1981, so we've been able to maintain it for several decades. Now, one of the things that we need to look at is we are considered a Class 4 airport.
Class 4.
In order to move up and do some of the larger service, we need to be a Class 1 or Class 2. And so what we would do is we would work with Guy and others who have that experience to make the changes in our airport certification manual, which is an adopted manual by FAA. We would make those changes and then implement any physical changes that we would need to make to the facility that would be commensurate with being a Class 1 or Class 2 airport. So the certification is in place. It's the classification as what level we're at. And then, in my conversations with Guy, he's worked with quite a number of airports that have worked on changing their classification to get scheduled passenger service. So we have a great team here, I feel like, with our group to make any of those adjustments that we need to.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Hume. Thank you so much. And thank you all for a wonderful presentation. And it's really a dream come true for me because that's one of the things I really wanted to see here. So thank you very much, Mr. Hume, and everybody else on this team. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, it's not there yet, Councilor, but we're looking. Before we get to Mayor Pro Tem, can you tell me again, or if you want to put the screen on, what specifically you were just thinking of going from the routes were going to be to Phoenix and Dallas, or was it going to go also straight to LA, Los Angeles? That's what you were just.
Is that for me? It's Kent Myers? Mayor?
Oh, whomever. I wasn't too sure.
I'll take that. That is really kind of the next step in trying to really decipher this, because if the funding is there and if the alliance is built, Bill and I have actually talked about this, that we could consider 3 flights a day, 2 going to DFW and 1 to Phoenix. And they would kind of cross over and 1 would overnight maybe. And I mean, there's a lot of variables out there, but it's a nice problem to have. Most airports, when they start at 0, they got 1 choice. You guys have 2 choices. You had 2 options. And there's arguments to be made for Phoenix, and there's arguments to be made for DFW. And I can't really comment, Mayor, of exactly which one it is.
All right, good. Let me get to Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Bencomo, and then we'll swing back to that. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Thank you all for your presentation. This is really exciting. 5 years ago, I was part of the council who developed the strategic plan, and one of these was something I had envisioned, which is seeing employments come out of that airport yet again. I happened to be living here when we were flying out of there. I was using it quite a bit for my employment to get to Albuquerque and Farmington, transporting children who were in CYFD's custody. So I really wanted to see this happen. And so I have a couple of questions. I appreciate my colleagues' questions. They were really very thoughtful. So as we are looking at the infrastructure upgrades, a time frame definitely is, I'm very visual. So if we could have something like that in terms of, for the next time this comes up would be helpful. But question is for Andy. What kind of employee capacity are we looking at as we move forward? Do you have the necessary FTEs, or are we limited, and what would we need to be thinking of, along with not only thinking about speaking to American Airlines, but also the infrastructure? I'm thinking about employee FTEs. I'm hearing some really exciting things, Andy, with your leadership. I know folks are really wanting things to get moving here. And so I'd like to see if there have been that dialogue occurring, because I think as council, we need to hear if we need to give you more FTEs in that budget, and where are we going to find the $1 to $2 million?
Excellent. Thank you very much for that question, Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Mayor. So I want to sort of answer the first part. With increased activity will come the need for increased maintenance and operations. Currently, we have 2 FTEs in maintenance and operations. We do have a 3rd position that was recently became open. That probably will need to increase. I would have to say, if thumbs in a screw, yes, they're going to have to increase, just because the increased volume of traffic with passenger service and the increased volume of people coming and going as well. There's going to need to be more maintenance around the airfield, to be sure. Exactly what those numbers are, I don't really have a good feeling on that. I think, again, that's something we look at in the phase 2 study when we get down into the weeds, so to speak, and look at those in more specific measures. Also, again, from the money standpoint, Mr. Myers talks about forming an alliance with the elected officials, with the city representation and city leadership, along with the business leadership, and Mr. Becker's numbers, I think, really bear out that, very positive response. About 2/3 of the respondents were very positive as far as wanting to participate in this as passengers, and then certainly looking at it as a very positive economic development opportunity for the city. For any further, Guy, if you wouldn't mind jumping in a little bit on maintenance operations FTE, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. This is Guy Ruel. Thank you, Andy. And so the actual facilities themselves on the airfield, just a quick rundown. Your runways and taxiways, the facilities review that we did, Andy has done a fantastic job and has a great plan with the FAA. The aprons just got refurbished. Fencing project just got done. He's really in a good place when it comes to facilities. But as it relates to full-time employees, I personally managed an airport in Vermont, two airports, in fact. One was a commercial airport like Andy's, Class 4, and we had 5 full-time employees, an administrator, assistant administrator, and then we had 3 airport maintenance and operations. And as you start to increase the facility needs, you will need those maintenance and operations folks specifically with a specialty, not only just on mowing and maintaining runway lights and things of that nature and taxiway lights, but also the actual buildings themselves. It's very important. So there is a shortfall there. As far as the maintenance of the airfield, the FAA requires him already with Andy with even the Class 4 certification. It will continue into Class 1 for him to have mowing plan and that's already being covered. Snow removal operations, although it's rare, but it does happen. One other shortfall, I just want to mention too, that is FAA eligible, is if the aircraft that start to service the airfield go beyond 90 feet in length, then the airfield, although you guys have what a wonderful opportunity with the fire department right there and the equipment that you have. Andy and I have spoken at length about that. And when that does happen, when it's proposed that longer airplanes greater than 90 feet come in, you guys may have to consider, or you will have to consider additional or a different firefighting vehicle. So that is really, in a nutshell, your fire department covers those full-time employees. So I hope that answered the question. But right now, with an airline with 20,000 enplanements, you do have a shortfall in my mind. Well, 2 shortfalls. He needs an assistant administrator. I've managed an airport with 625,000 enplanements and then one with only 10,000 enplanements. So a dichotomy there, but he does have a shortfall for an assistant administrator and then 1 full-time employee for maintenance and operations.
Guy, I appreciate you saying that. That's where I was going. I know he doesn't have an assistant, and I think it's necessary in order to even get some of the things that need to be accomplished at this point. I understand, from people, I've been getting some feedback about hangars that are being used and not with airplanes and with RVs and different things. And someone really needs to specifically address that, like head on, and because we're in need of hangar space, is my understanding. And so I think an assistant director, administrator needs to happen. And so I guess as I'm thinking about how to move forward, I'm thinking about all the challenges, right? And the number of just the budget and what that's going to, and I'll leave that for Mr. Feely to deal with. But I need a sort of an idea, and you answered the fire. We don't have firefighters there. They have to come, right, to the facility in the event something happens?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, we actually do have full-time firefighters who live at the airport, and they're on a 3-shift rotation.
3 shift. Good, Andy. Thank you. I thought okay. And so, when do you anticipate longer runway and needing a different fire truck?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, I think again that would come out in the phase 2 study. That level of detail.
Okay. Thank you. And so it looks like American Airlines is the airline that you would be having these beginning conversations with, and not Southwest?
This is Kent Myers. I'll take that, Mayor and Councilman Pro Tem, rather, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, that would be, that's the best choice, the best fit that we feel at this point in time. And that's strictly driven by the demographics and where people are flying in and out of.
Okay.
I can't say much more than that. I mean, it's very compelling research, by the way. I can't say enough about what David has done here. Really is.
No, and I'm very appreciative of David and the research and the data. I think that's really important for sure. And I can, I'd seen some stuff on Facebook. I think people think we're nuts for doing it, especially during COVID. I'd like to recommend that data get out there quickly. I think it's important because, you want for people to buy into this. And so, Guy, did I hear you say that you will have a meeting on Monday with some folks? Did I hear that? The county, business people, or did I dream that up?
Is that question for me? It's Kent Myers.
I don't know. I thought I heard guys say that so I'm interested in bringing the county into this conversation. I think they need to be, and other representatives from the business community and such in Mexico State. I think there's just a number of folks that we could bring in to sit and talk about the finances, because we would all benefit greatly from it. And so once that happens, so is one scheduled, a meeting scheduled?
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think, if I may, I think Guy was talking about another city that they are working with.
Oh, God, sorry. Okay.
And it'd be great to have the county, but remember, they have their own airport over there in Santa Teresa. But it wouldn't hurt to include them in some discussions.
Right. And although we are in the county and they would benefit from it, and I think we should have a conversation. I know they have their airport, but I get it.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, this is Andy. As we wrap up the phase one, the feasibility study, we did interview a number of stakeholders. All of them that we interviewed are I don't have a list in front of me. However, when we go to phase two, we need to have those deeper level discussions with those same stakeholders. And then if we need to broaden based on the input that we have here, absolutely, we need to get all of the stakeholders that would have some sort of impact on this project involved. So I appreciate your input on that.
Yeah, I would definitely encourage other jurisdictions, municipalities and commissions from Luna, Hidalgo, Grant County. I think all those things would be important to have included in this sort of coordinated collaborative effort. Now in this phase two, Andy, or anybody, would we be able to see what the liabilities, legalities and such would be risk to the city from a city-owned airport in terms of flying people out, and then get some amounts of, I'm sure that would take some sort of insurance of sorts, that we would be able to have all that in tow to move forward?
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, I would probably either Ken, Bill, or Guy, if you have input on that.
Guy, go ahead.
Yeah, I can answer that. And Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, the answer to that really is when negotiations are done.
I'm sorry, can you state your name, please?
I'm so sorry, Guy Ruel, thank you. So when we start negotiating with the airline, the city can set the limits of liability and the liability requirements and insurance requirements for that airline. And then, of course, it would be negotiated back and forth if they find them extreme, but most do not. They like to adhere to what the local municipality or government entity would require for their insurance.
So would you utilize your own attorneys, or would Jennifer Vega Brown and our risk people be a part of the conversation moving forward? I think that's pretty important.
Yeah, Guy Ruel speaking again. Historically, in my experience, Absolutely. This is a organically it would be an organic relationship with the airline and the city really would doctrine or would dictate the requirements, and the individuals that need to be involved in that negotiation from a contractual standpoint, from a liability standpoint, would all be involved. Absolutely.
Okay. Those are all the questions for now, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you all.
Mayor, I have one other comment. This is Kent Myers, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to position something about what I consider naysayers. I've done this a bunch, I'm starting at zero. So regardless what we do, and we're going to communicate a lot, there will be naysayers. There will be people that will not believe this is going to happen until the plane shows up the first day. And I will honor the challenge. Bring it on. Because this is going to happen. This is a deal that we can make happen, because we're going to create so much community enthusiasm from the public and the private side. You deserve this as a community. You need this as a community. You need the dot on the map. And I get fired up and emotional about this because it can happen, and it will change your community forever. This is like building the community center, or, a park or whatever. Get people engaged and fired up about this thing. That is part of our role. But there'll be naysayers. Trust me. I have no problem.
And I really appreciate you saying that, right? There's people who won't even get in the arena, but talking up in the nosebleeds, or not even just, not involved. And I get it. I think what I found interesting was that I think people just feel like it's in the here and now. We're in COVID. We're never going to get out of this. And we will get out of this. But we have to forecast, and this has been a vision of council for over 5 years. And I think it's possible, and I can feel the enthusiasm in each of your, your presentations and your voice currently. And I appreciate, and I have to say this, I love this community. And so does everybody, the council and mayor. And we want to see some positive growth happen here, and we do deserve it. We absolutely do. And there's going to be a risk, and we have to look at that as well. And so I've appreciated the work that you've put into this part. This is very exciting. And I'd love to move to phase 2, just making sure we're coordinating and collaborating with all involved parties. And that includes our internal departments. I think it's important that we all weigh in, because it's going to be not only a community effort, but an internal effort to make this go. So I've appreciated each and every one of you. Thanks, Mayor.
And Mr. Mayor, I just want to address one thing that Councilor Gondeta said, Mayor Pro Tem said. Really engaging our communications office, our communications department is going to be vital for us, so that we have a conduit where we can express the data, as you mentioned, Mayor Pro Tem, that we've talked about here, and keep at people's forefront of people's minds the how we want to progress in this project. So thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay, we have Councilor Bencomo, and then I think Councilor Flores again.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, thanks so much, everyone, for the presentation, and for my colleagues for all the wonderful questions. I don't have many to ask. I will say that in 2019, I think I flew out of El Paso maybe 10 times in 2019. Pretty frequent flyer. I will say that maybe 2 of those times I flew American, but that's another point. I'm curious about, I think I just need some clarifying questions, actually. Andy, or I think it was Guy, did I hear you say that in order to get the physical space at the airport up to where it needs to be, you projected that cost to be about $2.5 million?
Mr. Mayor, Council Bencomo, I'll direct that back to Guy.
Yes, if the question that I'm understanding this is Guy Ruel speaking. The question that I'm understanding is the facility upgrades. There are multiple options. The preferred alternative that we came up with, which I thought was the most direct and to meet the needs of the of airline that could start right away, was 2 seconds here. The cost associated with that was $3.5 million. Now, to qualify that a little further, now bear in mind with the airport, and I know Mr. Hume can explain this all the better, but you know, as an airport gets to 10,000 enplanements, the funding mechanism from the FAA changes significantly. Right now, you guys are receiving $150,000 a year because your airport is considered a non-primary entitlement airport. At 10,000 enplanements, the airport then changes to what's called a primary entitlement airport, which changes it from $150,000 a year to $1 million a year. So yes, $3.5 million to meet the needs of the of an initial airline startup. That sounds like a lot of money, but it really is a return on investment for that is, I'll say 4 years, 4.5 years, because you know some of the money that's going to come in with that $1 million a year, Andy is still going to need for the you know his projects that are on the airfield, the match money for projects on airfield. So
yeah.
So I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you for that clarification. And I think, you know, I think this is an important piece to make really clear to the public as well, because I understand some of the naysayers will always be there, right? But some of the folks are also saying, perhaps even like me, we're just seeing dollar signs, right? Like ding, 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 ding. So what I think for the public, it's what is the return on investment? What are we ensuring that we're not trading something our community needs so that we can get this aspirational airport, right? I think that's some of the communication pieces that really need to get out there, because I think it'll help people understand, oh, okay, we're not sacrificing certain things in our community in order to get this other thing, right? Does that make sense?
It does, and if I could, this is Guy again. If I could, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Bencomo. So we have to understand that although it's $3.5 million, the engagement with FAA, there are discretionary funds that they may be able to offer up. Now, when discretionary funds come in, doesn't necessarily mean that the city has to pay the entire dollar amount. Usually, discretionary funds come in, and it's a 90-10 split: 90% FAA, 5% New Mexico DOT, and then 5% from the city. So, you know, we don't really, and again, as Mr. Hume had mentioned, as phase 2 happens, these engagements with FAA and the forecasting and the capital planning starts, and then you can get a much better understanding of what the capital outlay would be for the city, as opposed to just that big stark number of $3.5 million. That just seems, and then this money that has to become that as Kent is speaking of when it comes to the you know, the minimum revenue guarantee and the agreements. These are all things that just get kind of packaged up, and it's more palatable than it initially looks.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, I just want to add something really quickly. So we've been talking about the feasibility study. We've been talking about the facilities study that Guy has done for us. We were wanting to present all of this information to you first to get your feedback on it before we release all of the studies and all of the data and everything else and all of the background information that goes in. Now that we, you know, as we conclude this conversation and get your input and direction on this, we can wrap up those studies and that information and disseminate the full amount. And I just want to echo what Kent said. It is going to be a transparent process. We've had stakeholder involvement, public involvement, and that will continue as we move forward. So I just wanted to let you know that documentation is forthcoming.
Great. Thank you, Andy. Have there been conversations already with the airline?
At this time, Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, no. We have merely been looking at, is this a feasible option? Is it feasible to move forward? Moving into phase 2 is when we would begin that engagement. We're just strictly looking at the numbers right now.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Andy. And then in terms of, I thought it was really interesting, your data on the 650 Las Cruces daily that are driving to El Paso to drive out of the airport. And then similarly, right, like the folks coming back? Obviously, you know, people have to come back when they leave, but are we also, is there data on like how many of those people are flying to El Paso who don't live here, who are coming to do any particular business, vacation, whatever visit here in Las Cruces? And because what I love about what you showed us is that it's very Las Cruces centric, right? It's like this will serve our community first and foremost, not necessarily thinking about who it'll bring in. But if we do think about who it'll bring in, do we have the sort of infrastructure to serve those people?
David, go ahead. Introduce yourself.
So this is Dave Becker. Yeah, with regards to those inbound passengers, so we're estimating that there's about 96,000 visitors who are currently flying into El Paso from outside the region and then visiting parts of the catchment area. So those people are coming, regardless of, they're coming right now. To the extent that if service was offered at LRU in the future, that might increase potentially it might stimulate additional visitation, and it also, some of those visitors who are currently flying in and out of El Paso might instead, to the extent that they shift to flying in and out of Las Cruces, that would probably increase demand for hotels in Las Cruces. And a lot of the hoteliers, or several hoteliers that responded to the business survey, said they anticipated they would get a bump in business as a result of those visitors who would stay locally. I think there would be plenty of capacity in the hotel arena. There's about 3,000 hotel rooms in Doña Ana County now, and they currently do have extra capacity from an occupancy rate standpoint. There probably would need to be transportation options at the airport, like car rental. That would be maybe an additional infrastructure item that would sort of be needed if service was provided.
Yeah, thank you. And that's actually exactly what I was thinking, the transportation piece, which, I don't mean to bring up the industrial park again, but I think there's such great connectivity between these two areas. And one of the things that I had talked about in terms of the industrial park was regarding transportation and being able to have better connectivity from the community to the park. And I think that would be a big consideration, I think, for us to make in terms of what transportation looks like. Again, I think that's probably getting ahead of myself for sure, but I just wanted to hear a little bit from you all on that. And then can you clarify for me again what exactly happens in phase 2?
Yes. In fact, that one might be a good segue if I go back over to, if I can get control there. Actually, go ahead and go to your slide 18, please, Ken.
Wait a second here, Andy. You put me off guard, Andy.
Oh, sorry about that.
I got to get back to here. Hang on. There we go. This is Kent Myers. What do you want, Andy? I'm sorry.
If you could go to slide 18, please.
Okay.
Or 17, I'm sorry. There we go. So this takes us back to sort of those next steps with regard to where we're at today. We need to finish the feasibility plan, or the feasibility study. So we're wrapping that up. But then we need to go and look at this idea of the public-private air alliance. We need to look at the facility recommendations, as we talked about the costs and the timeline and what those look like. We also have to look, as Councilor Flores pointed out, at the certification manual. So we really have like 3 or 4 tracks all going at the same time with phase 2, which is kind of why we wanted to make sure that our data was telling us, we were really confident with the data from the feasibility study, because at this point in time, if we move on with phase 2, there are several tracks that we have to. There's stuff that that I'm going to have to do as the airport administrator from, working with FAA on the airport side. Then we'll also have to work on the facility and infrastructure side, as well as making the relationships with the public and the business owners. And so there's about 3 or 4 tracks that all need to work together to move forward on the phase 2. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Andy. And my last question is around the aviation community now. How would this impact them? Have they been part of the conversations?
Yes, this is Andy, Mayor and Councilor Bencomo. They absolutely have been included as part of the conversation. One of the things that I want to just really state clearly is our airport has, in good times and bad, been a general aviation airport first and foremost. Those folks have been the backbone of the airport for decades. And we have to make sure that they remain a strong part of our airport. Mayor Pro Tem brought up some concerns that we're working on addressing that directly relate to the GA community, but they absolutely are part of the conversation. And we want to make sure that as we move forward, where we talk about sterile areas and jet aircraft, along with our GA, we're going to make sure that we've addressed their concerns and that we've built a truly cohesive community.
Great. That's really great to hear, Andy. Thank you so much. And seriously, thank you for this information. It feels really good to have, a consultant come in and be so excited, enthusiastic about a project. And I think it makes decision making a little less stressful, but I'm very much looking forward to what comes next. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have another comment? Or forget to put your hand down?
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay. So I have just a couple follow-up questions. So when we were discussing, so using this as a map, so were you thinking that if we did start out, it would just be one destination, either Phoenix or DFW, not both?
This is Kent Myers. I'll take that. We don't know yet. My first inclination, there's more business travel points west. If you draw a line running north and south through the United States and you go right through Las Cruces, approximately 80% of the population is east of you. So we're a little bit split. And I would, Bill and I have not talked about this in a great deal of detail, but I would certainly want to get American Airlines in on this, talk to them about it.
Well, before COVID, I flew both pretty frequently, Southwest and American. If I had the chance, I would take American over Southwest. But a lot of times American was more expensive. But I've noticed where they'll compete against Southwest, and I'd pay a little bit more just to fly American. Two, even if it's a little bit more costly, and I know Councilor Flores said it was $7, and I looked it up, and it says $7 for long-term parking. But I tell you, every time I check out and pay for it, it sure seems like it's more than $7. I don't know where the other charges come in. I can go check my receipts, but and then you've got that whole hour, to fight traffic, and I would like to. And I can tell you, the competition would be tough to go from here to DFW because Southwest owns that one. But to Phoenix and LA, yeah, you got to fly. That one would be more, in my opinion, a little bit easier to do, and especially, because you could get to Phoenix and not have to. There's a lot of people who go from El Paso to Los Angeles a lot. There's a lot of family that goes back and forth. And there's there's only one flight that goes from El Paso to LA, and just one nonstop. There's a lot of other stops, but not one nonstop. And if you can get from Las Cruces to Phoenix, you can, if you want to use Southwest to get to, because there's a lot of Southwest from Phoenix to LA, and it's pretty cheap. And then also to get to Phoenix, you can get to other destinations, whether it's Las Vegas, whether it's Portland, Washington, a lot of different places. So I wasn't too sure about which particular route you were going to take, but American Airlines is. I like Southwest, but if I had the choice between the two and they're around the same price or even a little bit more, American for sure would take that. Those are just my thoughts and comments. Looking forward to it. It looks like council wants to give you the go ahead to move forward with step 2. So thank you very much for your presentation and all the great work and excitement. And 13%, 14%, that's a big bite out of El Paso's budget. They're struggling right now, and I know they're covering the news right now. I can tell you this much. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
So, Mayor, in my world, if we just got 1 out of 20, it'd be a home run. Okay.
1 out of 20
those passages. It just makes my day from that.
Oh no, I can't tell you. Every time I'm coming back from wherever I'm coming back from, I come across so many Las Crucens that are either on that plane, going back to El Paso. Your numbers are calculate pretty good. And then once in a while we have an Alamogordo resident, and then you have some flying in from other parts of the state. Of the region for family. So it's pretty interesting. I like to chat a lot and to see where people are coming in from. So works out pretty good.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council, for your input and direction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Andy. See you later.
Appreciate it.
Okay. We're going to Bill and I got a couple other things to do. Bye.
Yes, sir. Thanks you very
David,
much.
Guy, thank you.
Okay, item 3.3, the Rio Grande Floodplain Management, Councilor Sorg and Beth Bardwell. You still with us,
Mr. Mayor.
Beth? Is Beth still with us, or did she say that's enough? I'm going back.
I don't know.
Yes,
Looks
I'm
like she's
still here.
Okay, good.
Okay, she's still there. Okay. Well, yes, this is the Rio Grande Floodplain Management topic for today. Okay. I'm not getting an advancement on this slide. Oh, there it goes. It's slow. It's just slow. Mr. Mayor and Council, I wanted to talk to you about the Rio Grande corridor in Las Cruces and how the city can further advance and promote this key natural asset. So I want to first of all give you an overall look at the property here. I got to reduce this darn thing down. Okay, it's our people. There we go. We got it across the bottom now. This is the floodplain management site map. Going on the north side, which is on the left here, the outflow channel, and all the way down to the Calle del Norte trailhead, or the bridge down there. In there we have the La Llorona Park, as you can see, and then the Las Cruces Affluent Wasteway. You can see the Picacho Bridge, the I-10 bridge, and so forth. Currently the city leases more than 4 miles of this eastern, I got to get this slide here. Okay, eastern riverbank from the US IBWC, the federal agency that charged with river management, at least between the levees. This area extends, as the map showed, from the outflow channel to the Calle del Norte bridge. And so it has there in that area a river access for the city. It has La Llorona Park. It has 4+ miles of biking and walking trails. And of course, the US Clean Affluent Channel coming out into the river. If the city supports these two, we have an opportunity this fall to take 2 actions to further enhance the outdoor recreation amenities that this river corridor presents. If the city supports these 2 actions, we can make headway on our comprehensive plan, Elevate Las Cruces, and the proposed climate action plan. The rest of this presentation will provide greater detail, but the 2 actions that the city can undertake are: one, renegotiate the terms of the recreational lease with the USIBWC to allow the city to implement the best vegetation management practices and provide a high quality interpretive experience. And secondly, to urge the USIBWC to construct a wetland, riparian woodland, and grassland on almost 30 acres with city surface water rights and clean wastewater effluent. This is what does this key natural asset, the Rio Grande, provide to our residents and visitors. We have a cool space where residents picnic, fish, play, and gather. If you noticed it lately, there's a lot of cars parked in La Llorona Park. It attracts visitors from elsewhere in the county and the state, and is the home to wildlife and bird life. So, a potential in the Rio Grande corridor here. I want to share with you some photos of the local native Rio Grande habitats that provide a lush and green space, sequesters carbon, and sustains our native wildlife and bird life. This is the first example. Here is a riparian restoration project just upstream from La Llorona Park, planted with native cottonwood and willow trees. USIBWC irrigates this site every year with surface water delivered from an adjacent EBID wasteway. And the wasteway is a short canal from the irrigation lateral to the river. It is used to dump non-utilized irrigation water back into the river so it can be delivered downstream. This one here is a riparian savanna grassland located just north of Shalom Colony Trail. The vegetation relies solely on the rain and the shallow groundwater table. Here's a wet meadow habitat upstream from Hatch with wetland plants, grasses, and wildflowers. This site is supposed to rain, is supported by rain and high groundwater table. So if we were to restore similar habitats along our reach of the Rio Grande corridor, whether riparian woodland, savanna grassland, or wetland meadow, we could make headway on 3 goals in Elevate Las Cruces and 2 strategies in the proposed climate action plan. More importantly, the city would live up to its recent proclamation to support the Migratory Bird Treaty Act and its resolution to support the 30 by 30 habitat preservation campaign. And as you can see in the Elevate Las Cruces, there's the protecting the wildlife habitat and natural ecosystem functions, embracing open space, providing opportunities to improve their mental and physical health. And in the climate action plan, developing green spaces and enhanced tree canopy. Now, I want to show how the city currently manages our reach of the Rio Grande corridor under an expired recreation lease with USIBWC. Under the outdated lease terms with USIBWC, the city mows the corridor at least once a year. If it's in July like this year, the city is mowing during the nesting season for migratory birds. Annual mowing, especially during the nesting season, destroys wildlife habitat. It devalues the beauty and natural character of the river corridor and releases carbon into the atmosphere. Our Rio Grande corridor has lots of potential to be a place of beauty and shady green space, a place for wildlife and bird life, and a place where Las Cruces residents and visitors come to experience the Rio Grande and create outdoors. But the city will need to take some proactive steps to achieve this potential. Next is what is needed. The current recreational lease with US IBWC expired in spring of 1999, last year. The city is in the process, it's not 1999, it's 2019. Mistake, 2019. The city is in the process of renewing the recreation lease with US IBWC. What I would like to propose is step one, to enhance this area, is the city should take this opportunity to renegotiate the terms of the lease to implement best vegetation management practices and request additional language to provide a high quality interpretive experience. For example, the expired lease restricts how much natural vegetation can grow on the floodplain and requires us to mow annually. We should request terms that give us more flexibility to enhance the natural environment and to make it a lush green space with shade, a place for wildlife and bird life so Las Cruces can experience and recreate along a more natural river corridor. We should also request terms that gives us more flexibility to enhance opportunities for responsible outdoor recreation and to provide a high quality interpretive experience of the natural, cultural, and agricultural history and character of our city. Next, we have at the beginning of this slide presentation, I mentioned we have an opportunity to take two actions to further enhance the outdoor recreational amenities that the river corridor presents. We just finished talking about the first step, renegotiating the terms of the recreational lease with US IBWC. Now I want to talk about second step the city can take to enhance the outdoor recreation amenities that this river corridor presents. This second action would also help the city make a headway on our comprehensive plan, Elevate Las Cruces, and the proposed climate action plan. I'm asking that the city support and urge the US IBWC to construct a wetland, riparian woodland, and grassland on almost 30 acres within the city's lease reach. This would be sustained by city surface water and the clean effluent coming from the wastewater treatment plant. This is what the area looks like now. Every day, 8 million gallons of clean effluent water enters the river through the straight concrete line channel. In spring of 2019, and we got the year right there, the US IBWC proposed to use federal funds to construct a wetland and riparian woodland on the 4-acre parcel located adjacent to the city's effluent channel. This idea was presented to me personally a few years ago, in fact, and I presented it to the Citizens Forum of IBWC, and they were giving it a thumbs up at the time. So it's coming to fruition here. Under the US IBWC proposal, they would, number one, replace the straight concrete line channel with a meandering channel, as you can see from the photo. And number two, plant wetland vegetation and trees like cottonwoods and willows within that 4-acre parcel. Number three, offset the increase in water use by dedicating water rights to the site. In discussions with the US IBWC about this project, the city considered dedicating groundwater rights to offset the increase in water use. The project had significant support from residents and civic organizations like Southwest Environmental Center, the Mesilla Valley Audubon Society, and Friends of Charles Bowden, a well-known local author and journalist who visited this site often to watch birds. Another possibility proposed by US IBWC was to expand the site northward to create a connection with EBID's Wasteway 11 at the top of the picture there, and use surface water to irrigate the riparian habitat. Under this alternative, coordination would be required with EBID. In looking at this site further, I would like the city to also request the USIBWC expand the site southward and designate a 17-acre no-mow zone south of I-10 bridge, where grasslands, wildflower, and scattered trees would be allowed to establish and flourish. Currently, the 17 acres is mowed at least annually. So, IBWC ran into some unanticipated barriers to implementing this project. They said the city's groundwater rights would not be used to offset, or could not be used, excuse me, to offset the increase in water use because the current water irrigation on the lower Rio Grande between Texas and New Mexico. USIBWC also felt that construction estimates were too high. As a result of these unanticipated barriers, USIBWC is now looking at restoration project outside city limits, one of maybe 3 possible ones. But if the city likes the idea of this having them build a wetland, riparian woodland, and savanna grassland within the city's lease, River Reach, we can take action now to ensure the project site is selected. This is what we need to do. And the bullet points here, it says schedule meeting with the USIBWC staff to express our desire to restore wetland, riparian, and grassland habitat. Offer city surface water rights to offset the increase in water use, which water would be delivered through the EBID Wasteway 11. Talks have been initiated with EBID and they are listening. They aren't turning us down right away. Offer to contribute financial in-kind maintenance or other assistance to bring the cost down. And finally, 4, submit written comments in support of this expanded habitat restoration project now. This week, they are putting out an EA, an environmental assessment, which they are requesting comments from the public, and the city could be one of those, up until the latter part of October. So in summary, I'm asking the city council to request staff and to undertake the following actions this fall. Renegotiate the terms of the recreational lease with USIBWC to implement best vegetation management practices and request additional language to provide high-quality interpretive experience. And secondly, urge the USIBWC to construct a wetland, riparian forest, and no-mows grassland on almost 30 acres within the leased recreation corridor, using clean wastewater effluent and the city's surface water rights to offset increase in water use. Now, I was going to add one more point to this, and it's just flew out of my head at the moment. So that's it for now.
Okay, very good. Councilor Flores and then Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Gil, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. And thank you, Beth, for working on this.
Pardon me, Councilor Flores. I just remembered what it was. I want to acknowledge Beth Bardwell. She's the one who made all these slides up. And then we put it together.
Well, I'm glad you said that. And I didn't want to say, well, thank you, Beth, for all your work, Ms. Bardwell. But Beth was previously the attorney for the Audubon Society. And like Phil, Gil, she's a birder. And she said to me that she went out there to watch birds and saw that this wetland or the meadow or whatever had been mowed down. And said that the birding season is actually from March 1 through September 15, or maybe that's the mating season or the key migratory time. at any rate, it's affecting our ecology. And as we all know, we have, you know, a ton of birds just dying off on us. You know, one theory is 5G. Another theory is, well, there's a bunch of theories as to why they're dying. But at any rate, but it looks like this is a place where the city can step in and try to, not try to, but talk to the whatever, IBW, whatever, to make sure that International Water, whatever, International Boundary Water Commission, to make sure that we are preserving our meadows that really have a lot to do not only with our ecosystem, well, our ecosystem, and that affects our lives. So one of the things in thinking about this, I thought, well, you know, what is it that's going to make the city renegotiate a contract with all the terms that have been set forth by in this presentation as written by Attorney Bardwell or Ms. Bardwell. And what came to my mind was the economic value. As she pointed out, people want to live near water. People, when you go to the river, when you go to La Llorona, you just feel like you've come alive. And we do. There's electricity in that water, and it's very energizing. So then that would be the economic attraction. And you know, people always throw in as a kind of like a, you know, just throw in everything in the kitchen sink. The kitchen sink in this place is, quote, quality of life, unquote. And as we all know, quality of life just seeps into everything that we do in our lives, or it should be a factor. And so you just have healthier people, you have water. The other thing I learned from Ms. Bardwell, and I might get this wrong, so if I have, please correct me, but the city actually owns 1,400 water acres of surface water. We have surface water rights, excuse me. We have 1,400 water acres of surface water rights. Well, I guess the rights are owned by the city, yeah. And then the effluent water that Councilor Sorg was talking about, what I learned was that effluent water is actually the excess water that is allocated to farmers, and it's their clean water. It's not like the wastewater in the other, you know, drainage area, but it's good water, clean water that farmers don't use, and it just goes down into that canal and then goes back into the river. So, you know, there's a question as to, but apparently the city, Ms. Bardwell knows it far better than I do, but there's all these interesting things about how that effluent water should probably, in my opinion, should definitely be part of our water rights or something. But the important thing here is that it is definitely in our comprehensive plan and Elevate Las Cruces. It's part of our climate action plan. And so far as carbon sequestration and the development of green spaces and the canopy of trees. And of course, our Elevate Las Cruces sets forth the protection of wildlife and habitat and natural ecosystem. So this lease expired in 2019, and it's, I think it's the city that is ready to renegotiate this. It came to the attention of, I don't know who, but so I think we've been out of contract with them for over a year. Anyway, apparently the IBWC is required to take care of this, but the terms as to how it's going to be done doesn't really, I don't know. And I don't know how far the city can go on this, but I support the recommendations made in this presentation wholeheartedly. And again, I don't know Mr. City Manager or Mr. Maestas, who negotiates contracts with the IBWC? Or who negotiates this kind of a contract? And who in our city government or staff, not government, but staff, negotiates the terms or participates? Would it be Lisa LaRock? I hope.
I'm sure the attorneys will be involved.
Yeah.
Oh, the attorneys. Oh, always the attorneys, right? You can't,
Of course.
you hate them, but you need them. But anyway, so I just want to be very supportive of this this attempt to renegotiate this contract on our terms, which is good for our environment, and hopefully other municipalities or townships that have these that own these rights will follow suit, because everything's well. Anyway, thank you very much again, Ms. Bardwell, and thank you, Councilor Sword. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Sword, Councilor Flores, for your comments and your presentation, and to Ms. Bardwell and all of Audubon, New Mexico, and your volunteers for being proactive about this and figuring out a way the city can make a difference here. The first question I have, and perhaps this is for staff that may be able to answer it, is regarding that expired lease with IBWC. Considering that La Llorona Park is an access point for lots of different outdoor activities, cycling, trail running, folks take off there to go on river floats. Are there any liability issues on the city's part from not having an updated recreational access agreement? And that's for any legal folks on our staff that might be able to answer that, or city administration.
What was your question again, Councilor?
Yes, given that La Llorona Park has been used and is being used, and our lease is expired, liability issues with an expired lease on folks conducting outdoor recreation and just using that area in general, is the city liable because it doesn't have a current agreement with IBWC?
Can you expand on liable? Because interestingly, I don't know if you guys knew this, but the IBWC commissioner is a presidential appointee, and we actually had one who came from District 2. He was a professor at the university, Dr. Naren Ganaji. He was an actual IBWC director, appointed by President Reagan. Commissioner appointed by President Reagan. I think they're just and there's a counterpart from Mexico, and I think their main thing is just making sure about obviously the water. But I don't, I'll let Jennifer chime in if she wants, but I don't really see where there's any liability by this expiring, because this is just they want to make sure that everybody gets their fair share of water. I don't think it has anything to do with the recreation part of it. But it looks like David has his hand up, so he's an engineer. He may have something. Because those commissioners have to be all engineers when they get appointed. Yes, David.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. And Councilor Vasquez, thank you for the question. The agreement itself, with the specific terms, I'd have to reach further to see if there was any call out for it. But as the mayor pointed out, I'm not sure that there is a liability from the recreation standpoint. The other thing with a lot of agreements that we have in place, although there's an expiration on them, with our efforts working with the IWBC now, we can also talk to them about saying that we have what you call the month-to-month extension of an agreement, so that while we're working to get it back in place, they know that we are still working to meet all the agreements and all of the criteria within the agreement itself. And then that way we'll continue to be covered by the agreement. But that's one of the things that staff will be working on now. As Councilor Flores asked, we'll have staff from legal as well as sustainability office working on this to make sure that we get it in place as quickly as possible, so that if there are any concerns, we have them addressed. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thank you, Mr. Maestas, and thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking in particular of like the Levy Road access. I know with the EBID, you know, we had to essentially get an MOU to use EBID property as a recreational trail system, and so I'm not sure if IBWC owns the levees. I know they certainly control some of those gates. So you know, providing folks recreational access from a city park. Just wanted to make sure we weren't out of compliance with some legal issue related to the outdoor recreation that takes place there. So that's might be an important thing for us to look at. The other question,
Vasquez?
Yes.
IBWC does have the levies. They own the levies.
Okay. And maybe that's a topic for later on because those levees are heavily used, you know, by bikers and runners, folks, just like the EBA ditches are. But that might be a little bit out of the scope of what we're talking about today. So, thank you, Councilor Sorg. So I just recently did a cleanup right under that bridge on I-10 and the Rio Grande. You know, right in that area. That's actually opposite of where the proposed wetland is at. It was right after the 4th of July, but in fact, Kathy Matthews, our city staff member, joined us for that cleanup, but she can attest that it's a heavily used area. It's a heavily trafficked area. So there's a lot of folks that go out there and have cookouts and do other stuff and whatever it is they do. So the question regarding the wetland part, which I believe is on the opposite side there, it's gonna get some heavy traffic from folks in the region, both from the Levy Road and then potentially from, like I said, from users on the opposite side of the bridge, especially during the dry times. You know, you can walk across the river pretty much anytime the water's not flowing. So any consideration made on this is maybe a question for Councilor Sorg or Beth or anyone else about, you know, how to best keep a habitat like that intact and manage it for the type of outdoor recreation that currently takes place there?
Well, just so we don't go in there and start mowing it at the wrong time of the year, or not mowing it at all. If you let the vegetation grow there, it'll take care of itself.
Well, I Councilor Sorg, I was out there and I could attest to that high vegetation being completely littered with trash. I mean, it was just full of every imaginable disposable item and other things that weren't disposable you could imagine. And so that's just a concern to share about that particular area.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
like
We'll have to keep it. We'll have to keep it clean, just like we do other places in the city too. I agree.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just thinking about if we want to make this a purposeful birding area with perhaps amenities like you know, a bird watching station or something like that, that we're really going to need to dedicate resources to keep that area clean, because anyone who's been out there underneath that bridge can attest that it is, if you go out there right now, you probably pick up a couple of tons of trash out of there. And so that's just something to consider in terms of the best way to keep that wetland area in a condition that, you know, lends itself both to those bird watching activities, but for the habitat in particular. And that would require additional resources for us to do that, which I support doing. I absolutely support doing that. I just want to flag that.
Councilor Vasquez, let me add to this presentation the document that the consultants did for these wetland areas. They actually talked about stocking this wetland with fish, bluegills, and I think even some bass, as well as other smaller fish too. So it's just been talked about.
If I could just comment.
Beth, yeah, sure. Just need you to state your name, please?
So this is Beth Bardwell, and thank you very much, Mayor and the council, for this opportunity to address you on this issue. I think one thought that I want to share with you in response to your question, Councilor Vasquez, is there could be an opportunity for the city to reach out to the community and create kind of volunteer river stewards that could serve in a number of capacities to help this project along. One, in terms of just being out there more frequently and picking up trash, or helping with seeding or active restoration. And so I think this presents an opportunity to both educate the community about the value of that river corridor and how we can all be better stewards of it. And I think there's probably a large number of residents who would be interested in providing that volunteer service. But I think you raised a really good point. And I think Councillor Sorg's suggestion that there be language in this lease with the International Boundary and Water Commission to enhance the interpretive experience, but also to encourage responsible recreation, that there's an opportunity to educate our community about taking care of this resource. So just a couple of ideas.
Thank you, Ms. Bardwell. I love those. I appreciate you bringing those up. I think, just taking into consideration some of those things as we potentially move forward with this is important, so that that we can take care of the special place that already exists, but we're trying to enhance. I know signage, that it is a wetland and those kinds of things, hopefully help to deter people from mistreating it or other things like that. But I love the idea of a river stewards group or somebody that could help potentially take care of this place occasionally or periodically would be a terrific idea. So I fully support that. In addition to also, city resources. If we're mowing that area now once a year, if we could have, city staff go out there a couple times a year to actively manage it for litter and other things that the city might be able to do, I would support the city doing that as well. The other question I had was on the IBWC EA. I think you mentioned, Gil, Councillor Sorg, that the IBWC perhaps had a couple of other project locations. And
Yes.
just if you could clarify, are they thinking about doing 3 separate projects, or are they wanting to choose just one out of 3 projects?
There's 4 projects that they had a scoping, so to speak, done on, and they want to choose 2.
They want to choose 2. Okay. And so, and the ask today is to ask the IBWC or the city to comment on the IBWC scoping period to essentially strongly support this option for the wetland area under the Rio Grande Bridge.
Yes, but also to add that we would donate or offer our surface water rights, which is going to be required somewhere between 8 and 15 acre feet, maybe a bit more.
Okay. Thank you. Well, so I think those are all the questions I have for now. I absolutely love this project. And then Councillor Sorg, you got me with the bass and bluegill. I knew you were throwing that in there.
Yes, for sure.
I used to fish at the Mesilla Valley Bosque before it was the Bosque, and it was an amazing wetland area that had almost every species of freshwater game fish you could find out here, including walleye, believe it or not, which was really a special place to be when I was a kid. And so I miss these areas. I think that they're so important for people to see because it really harkens back to a time when the river was flowing and clean and clear and had native habitat. And that's really important for us to be able to go back to at some point. Actually, that brings me to one more question, and that's, relating to the dry period when we don't get water in the river. I'm assuming that this wetland would be recharged with other water during the times when the river is dry, or would it be a seasonal wetland like many others?
No, it's to be constantly provided with water from our effluent in the wastewater treatment plant. That 8 million gallons a day
Okay, so it wouldn't just, the channel itself wouldn't just empty out into the river. It would be continuously flowing.
No,
Okay.
always there. Yeah. yeah.
Okay.
There would be a gate. There would be a gate at the channel so that you can control the species of fish that come and go.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you, Councilor Sorg, and thank you, Beth, and everyone else. I fully support all the asks that Councilor Sorg is making. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Sorg and Beth. I was trying to get my hand up before Councilor Vasquez because he's just so he's so knowledgeable about these things, and he beat me to it. I'm very excited about this. I've been talking to Beth about it, given that La Llorona is in District 4, so I've been talking to her about this, and honestly, I'm very excited. I can actually get to this area from my house, jumping on the trail right by the Armijo Lateral. It's right around the corner, and we ride our bikes down there. And honestly, at the height of the shutdown, it was really beautiful to see folks hanging out at the river, right? Like, a lot of people were frustrated and annoyed they couldn't go to the movies or whatever, and a ton of other people in our community find consistently this recreational place, right? This place that's the river that's so key and central to our community and our culture. And so any opportunity for, to be able to improve it, to be able to conserve it, I want to jump on. And I think this is exactly that. So I really want to thank you both for presenting this to us. I do have some questions around, probably mostly for staff. I guess I'm curious to hear from, because I support this. And I mean, I would even, think about what does the area right above, in this picture, even the area right above, this little green spot, I think, expanding that, I think, is worth looking into. But I guess I want to hear from staff in terms of, if you've seen this plan, if this is something staff has thought about. And I guess I'm trying to get at, has staff at parks or whoever would be maintaining it considered this? What are the capacity issues? What are the capacity concerns? I'd be interested to hear from staff on that.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, this is Lisa LaRock, the Sustainability Officer. I don't know if Sonia Delgado is on the participant list or not, but I have talked to them in length about what the responsibilities would be for them. In some way, in the beginning, as the NOMO area is established, it will be more work because you'll want to remove invasive species, but as it grows, it will become more of a natural area and more self-sustaining. The other thing that is somewhat problematic but also interesting is that we would have to, if there was going to be any mowing even next to the trails, that we would need to do a bird survey, a nesting survey. And there's ways that we can train people, engage people at the university or other civic clubs to be able to do that as well, or pay some consultant to do it, and they would mark the places that they have identified nesting areas, and then staff would have to stay 35 feet from that nesting area during that time. And in terms of trash, that's been a responsibility, but as Councilor Vasquez suggested, that bird blinds and other quiet spaces and appropriate signage all help to lessen people's craziness when they're in a wilderness, more of a wild space, I hope.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. I mean, I would definitely love to hear, if it's not today, that's okay. But I would love to hear from Parks in terms of just like work capacity, like additional work considerations. I agree with you that I think perhaps the work would be right off the bat, and then eventually, it'd really be little maintenance. I learned a lot from Beth in terms of what it means to remove for disturbance, and that some weeds really live off of that. So when you disturb an area, then more weeds potentially grow, right? So I think we have a lot of already great stewards in our community that can help teach all of us, including park staff on best practices in terms of maintenance and things like that. I do also agree that I think it would be really amazing to build a team of volunteers, of people who already do this work in our community that could be potentially like river ambassadors, right? That can do some of the bird surveying, some of these things on a volunteer basis. I think we could really do I think we could do exciting things and engaging community members that can be part of growing and protecting this. That wouldn't necessarily have to fall to city staff. But I don't know if that's a time to discuss that quite yet. I think obviously the first consideration is just even the negotiations, right, with the two entities. The other staff folks that I would like to hear from as well are probably Ms. Delilah Walsh at the utilities in terms of using the city's river water. Councilor Sorg, is that a conversation you've had with utility staff yet, or Lisa?
Yeah, we have discussed this very briefly, I would have to say, in the commission. If you recall, or maybe you don't, La Mancha project at SWEC has done off of the river there. We dedicated 15 acre feet for that project already. That was done several years ago. And so it's been mentioned, but no decision has ever been made.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, I would love to hear from utility staff about sort of their thoughts and recommendations on this.
In fact, I could add to that. It was mentioned when it was mentioned. Dr. Garcia said that we have no intentions of using that surface water for city water supply because we're going to have to treat it, and it isn't enough water to put in a treating plant.
Got it. That's helpful to understand. Yeah, I mean, I really support this. I even, I think when you showed the picture of it completely mowed down, I would really love to see something else there, something more beautiful, something more native, more true to our community than just this like mowed down piece of land, right? I think for how many people use this area, I think it'd be beautiful for those people, and then attract a ton of other folks. To me, this is really exciting. I mean, for when we get into specifics about this, I would also like to recommend that we only mow immediately next to the trails, right, for safety concerns. But I don't even think it has to be a huge mowing area, and really allow it to grow naturally and make it really beautiful. So I'm personally really excited about this. I think, the river is just, like I said earlier, such an important aspect to our community. And I think taking care of it like this is it only makes sense to me. So I'm excited you brought this to us, and I'm excited to see what continues to happen.
Thank you.
Looks like Delilah wanted to jump in real quick. Delilah?
Mayor and Mr. Mayor, councilors.
We can't hear you too good, Delilah.
I'm sorry.
We can't hear you too well. It's kind of.
Okay. I'll scoot a little closer to this mic. Is that better?
About 1% better.
Oh no.
Just talk a little bit loud.
Okay. I just want to address some of Councilor Bencomo's concerns, or not concerns, but questions. And Utilities has reviewed some of this plan. Essentially, on our side, on the surface water rights, it probably is doable for just 8 to 15 acre feet. And we can actually probably use that as part of our offset for the pumping that we do. So what Councillor Sorg is talking about is taking those surface water rights and returning to the river to replace or offset what we pump out of the groundwater. We've also talked with Councillor Sorg that we do have some excess flow returns. So we do have obligations under our state engineer contracts. As we pump water out, we have obligations to return flow to the river. And we do have excess water because, again, we're pumping from the East Mesa and then bringing that clean water down as we treat it. And so we do have some excess for flow return to the river that we could use to this project. So really, we're definitely ready to work with the project, and we'd obviously have to review it and go through it with our water attorneys, because we do have to measure all impact in the Texas v. New Mexico case, anything that we do on returns. But legal's very aware of that, and we would do the same with our own water attorneys.
And
Very
I
hope that helps.
If I could just add one comment to
Beth,
further.
can you state your name again, please?
Yes, this is Beth Bardwell. Originally, well, let me start with saying this, that we all know every drop of water in the Rio Grande is owned by somebody. And so when the International Boundary and Water Commission wanted to develop this habitat, they were looking to see how much water it might use, and was it over and above what that site currently uses in terms of water. And they did an estimate of the increase in water use, and it was something like, I don't know, almost 7 acre feet of water that it would increase over time annually. And at that time, they were thinking that it would be possible to offset that increase in water use by the city's, with a portion of the city's effluent water, which is groundwater. So subsequent to that initial discussion, the U.S. Department of Justice attorneys said because of the litigation, they didn't want any groundwater used to offset the increase in water use. So that means the city cannot dedicate a portion of its effluent to offset this increase in water use. They don't want to see that happen. But luckily, the city also owns river water or surface water rights. And I think, as Councillor Sorg had stated, I think the city owns something like 1,400 acre feet of surface water. And originally, perhaps, my understanding is that water was purchased because the city was looking for alternative water sources for drinking water supply. And at one time, they were thinking of building a surface water treatment plant, diverting water from the river, treating that, and delivering that to their residents for drinking water. And then step back from a surface water treatment plant because of the unreliability of surface water flows in the river, in part because of climate change and for other reasons as well. And so right now, I think the city just leases those water rights back to farmers. So it could be possible that the city could take a very small part of those surface water rights and work with IBWC and Elephant Butte Irrigation District to say, if there's an increase in water use through this habitat restoration, the city could dedicate those surface water rights to offset that increase in use. And I think that's what we're looking at.
Very good. Sonia Delgado, you wanted to jump in? Or was that an accident?
Oh. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Sonia Delgado, Director of Parks and Recreation. Councilor Bencomo had asked a question what kind of maintenance issues or increases we might see. We will see some increases in maintenance. However, at this point in time, I don't know what that's going to be until we get a few more details on the type of vegetation, what the idea will be out there. some things to take into consideration. Once we get this done, we'll have to do some community outreach so that we can teach everyone what's going on out there, what our intent was, and that things will look differently. We may also have to take in consideration some security lighting of some sort out there, because right now we don't have any. So when things start to grow, we start getting calls about it's a little too weedy, a little too bushy, you can't really see, it's a little dark, things of that nature. But I'm sure that, once we get the plan in place, then we can start doing that outreach.
Thank you, Sonia.
Can I jump in there, Mayor?
Sure.
This is Councilor Bencomo. Sonia, thanks for that. I appreciate you mentioning that. And actually, it's something I brought up to Beth as well, in terms of how many calls or emails I get about, somebody needs to come clean up this area, right? Or somebody needs to come mow this area. And I think if we shifted towards allowing natural vegetation to grow, I think people would have, it would take definitely some community outreach and education about what we're trying to do. Some really intentional, and I think some exciting education that can go to the community for why we're making this switch. But I'm glad you mentioned that, because it was something I had brought up to Ms. Bardwell as well.
Yeah, in fact, you could have to include some signage explaining, so it's right there and people don't have to call.
Very good. Councilor Beta Stubbe and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Sorg, and thank you, Beth and Lisa. I'm in favor of this project as well, and I think it's very important as we move forward. I think we all heard the story about the migratory birds and the die-off, and I think it would be important for us here locally to be able to protect that habitat that they have. And definitely, when I first heard about this project, thinking of those mow zones and making sure that we're protecting those nests. And so that was the main part. But I do know how important this area is, just like many other councilors have commented. This was kind of our haven over the summer of just getting outside and being able to do something with the family and kind of reset. And so I'd love to be able to help, protect that and keep it sustainable. There are wonderful groups of people that are already doing a lot of trash and litter pickup, including some of the birders. I'm going to mention them on Monday, but they have a very wonderful group, and I join them about once a month, but they're out every Friday, and they just recently, I think, picked up over by the river, and man, they really get a lot. So it is an area I know that we're going to have to work on education and hopefully some sort of community outreach to help with that litter issue. But thank you all so much, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Beth, Councilor Sorg. Kudos to you both and for putting this together. I want to just say ditto. I'm really looking forward to moving on this. And I want to show my support. It'll be so cool to see water there and, all the time. And if we can do things to protect that. I think I have enough information with the questions that were already asked, but I do feel like there probably needs to be some, not only education internally with staff, but obviously council and our community about what this would mean. But I just think it's a win-win to be able to say we've met some of our Elevate Las Cruces metrics and whatnot. But I do feel there has to be some education at all levels specific to every department that works alongside this. And I hope that we can do that. I think we still have our arborist, don't we? Jimmy?
Yes, we do.
And I understand he's pretty expert at a lot of this. And so is that we can continue to utilize his expertise moving forward. So thanks, Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay, well, it looks like, let's move forward with it and have, staff. Yes,
Or if I could give one last word, I would suggest even as for the management of this, we have a small committee that of people, including Jimmy and Lisa, and as far as staff members go, to help manage it.
okay. Well, yeah, they'll come back with their recommendations and bring it back to council.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. All right, last item is the 3.4 high-density mineral bond pavement maintenance service treatment. Tony Trevino.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Today I'm here to present it's a new treatment we're going to be doing for our part of our pavement management system. This is a project that we just bid out, and we're going to be starting construction here this week. So I'll just give a brief description. Then I have Mr. Caleb Fisk, who is the contractor, who will kind of give some information regarding the public outreach that we're going to be doing, because this is a whole different scenario, a whole different kind of process we're going to be doing. So just want to share with everybody what we're going to be doing.
Anyone who can sit through these 4 hours, just give him the contract.
He's been parked on the side of the road in northern New Mexico trying to get down here, but I told him, wait up, don't lose service. So the high density mineral bond, it's a product of polymer emulsion that's similar to a seal coat that's going to increase the pavement life of our roadways. What this does, this is a system that we're going to be doing earlier on in the pavement life, instead of waiting till this starts to break up, deteriorate, and crack on us. I will show you a graph here shortly, but this also has a 9 times less cracking, and it lowers the cost and maximizes the service life of city streets. Some items on this, of course, it maximizes the visual appeal. It's going to be black longer. One of the biggest things that I am kind of excited about is we're dealing with this heat island effect and some of the cold pavements we've been looking into, but this does decrease the surface temperature of the roadways from 5 to 10 degrees, less than adjacent pavements that don't have it. This is similar to some of that white pavement roadway that we've been looking at and kind of talking about, but however, this has 2 effects. This actually maintains the surface life of the roadway and decreases the road temperature. So pretty excited about that. The cost compared to some of our other maintenance items, an overlay, which is one of our main tools in our tool belt for pavement maintenance, is about $13 to $20 a square yard. The cost of this is $350. The biggest hit on this is just the time frame that we can get in and out and get this work done compared to an overlay or other maintenance. A typical overlay for the same amount of streets is about 40 days, working days, and just for this pavement treatment, it's about 10 working days to get the amount of roadways done. This is just a graph to kind of show how what the thought process is behind this surface treatment. That blue line is the degradation curve for a typical roadway. As you can see, I'm not sure if you can see my cursor right here, with this red dotted line crosses and intersects the blue line and the red line and the orange line to the right. That's kind of typical when we would do the overlay. With us doing this HA5 treatment early on in the stage for much less cost, you can see this intersection point where we do this overlay is about 10 years. So we're going to defer that maintenance cost for about 10 years. So we're going to save about from that $20 a square yard to $3 and gain 10 years in that roadway. So this is an early on treatment. Just the background real quick is the bids. We opened this on August 11th. We awarded to Andel Construction. They're going to start here tomorrow with some with some public meetings, but we wanted to kind of share this with council and the mayor so we can kind of, in case you guys get calls, this is a totally different process. You guys are aware of what's going on and what we're doing. And again, it's about 10 working days to complete this project. 30 days total. Well, that includes all the public meetings and public input. I try to go through that fast because I know it's getting late, but this is the area that we're going to be doing. It's the Park Hill subdivision, the kind of newer area of the town, where you can see here, it's off of Delray and Park Hill. All these yellow streets are going to be the streets that we're going to be doing as part of this project. Mr. Fisk will kind of go on to the staging and phasing of this, and also how we contacted everybody within this neighborhood and the amount of feedback we've been giving them, have been giving back by calls, and also an app they already have posted out there to contact the city. So with that, Mr. Caleb, you available?
Yes, sir. I'm here, Tony.
I bet you learned a lot.
Can you hear me?
Today. Yeah. Yes, we can hear you, Caleb. I said, I bet you learned a lot
Yes, sir.
today.
Mayor, I found you have a very engaged council and a very dynamic, diverse city down there. So it's been wonderful to watch this process today.
Very good. Nice response. Very good. So thanks, Caleb. Interesting concept here.
So, yes, and I'll kind of walk you through this. Tony and Vanessa and Jerry have put a lot of thought into this. This wasn't something that happened overnight. We got engaged with the city almost 2 years ago, and of course there's so many tools in the toolbox. It's all about timing and making sure you're utilizing the right tools in the toolbox. So Tony and Mayor, thank you for the kind introduction. What we did last week, we were out in your community and we notified all the residents with a door hanger that was bilingual, that notified them of this public council meeting today and encouraged them to log on. And then that picture there on the right hand side is a system we created 2 years ago that residents can get on and register through a website. So they can have automatic feedback about the project and what's happening. So if there is weather that comes in, they would be able to have a text message at 6 o'clock to 6:30 in the morning, letting them know that their section has been rescheduled, for another date. And with technology nowadays, everybody wants that access at their hands. And to let you know, Mayor, currently we've had 173 phone numbers register as of 11:30 this morning. So I think that's, great communication on your residents' part and getting engaged to understand this process. And the flyer there on the left is what we will hand to the residents 3 days before we start working in that neighborhood. The flyer is bilingual. There will be the English on the front with Spanish on the back, and then there will be also a map of the whole area that's being affected, because if we affect their normal way of getting in and out, sometimes it can cause issues. So we want to make sure they have the whole scope of work so they feel comfortable with what is going on. This is just to give you a quick background about it, this product has been in the market now for 20 years. It's currently in 26 states across the country. We have worked with other agencies here in New Mexico as well. And it's, it should significantly extend the life of your asphalt roads. We could go on to the next slide, Tony, if that's okay. So as you can see here, the residents, when Mara is talking about the notification they would get, this is a map that they would receive. It's all color coordinated. And so they can see exactly what day each section will be worked on. One of the biggest challenges we have with this project is because of the viscosity of the material and the makeup of it, we do have to close roads overnight. Typically the process is we will start at 7:30 in the morning We will not do a hard shutdown on any roads till 8:30 to 9 o'clock in the morning to allow the school buses, to allow the residents to get to work. And then we will apply 2 coats of HA5. And then we will also keep a person there on a shuttle service, which that slide will be coming here shortly, so we can help residents get to their car, back to their house. We know there's going to be elderly. We know there's going to be handicapped. There's special needs. So there's all of these circumstances that we've dealt with in the states that we operate. And our main focus is the residents at the end of the day. I want to ensure that they are not only pleased with the process, but the end results for years to come. And we will keep that shuttle service there till 9 o'clock at night. And that's kind of a picture of the shuttle service. I know it doesn't do it just, but it is a Ranger with a utility bed, so we can help with groceries. We've even had to help with dining room tables. The picture to the left, if you notice, we will be doing what I did there is that's kind of how parking would be designated if we're working on the red day. You can see that they'll be parking on both sides of that road based on the widths of the road. It should allow for vehicles to go both directions, and it will be very easy for the residents to walk down the sidewalk in either direction. So, and that's why we give them this phasing plan overall well in advance, so everybody has a clear picture. My name, my supervisor's name, and Mr. Lorenzo Hernandez's name will be on the bottom of that flyer as well, so we can answer any questions promptly. I believe next slide, Tony, please. This is a little bit, kind of our equipment. Our traffic control is all the typicals that you would see with type 3s, with cones. One thing that we see so much in the industry is aesthetics as well. So for us, aesthetics is everything. We want to make sure that your curb and gutter lines are uniformed, and when we leave, we're leaving your neighborhood better than when we showed up. Like I said, it is 2 applications that go down. There will be a slight period in between coats where it is still wet that vehicles cannot, residents, cannot walk on it or ride their bikes. But once it cures out, it has no harm. Pets can walk across it. We've even had some residents ask if they could have a block party because the road's now shut down. So we've seen that in the past as well. And once again, it is a overnight closure. It says 24-hour closure there. Typically, we will have the roads opened up between 5:30 and 6 a.m. the following morning. The shuttle service will be out there as well at that time in the morning to assist residents in getting back to that vehicle if needed. But that's kind of the process there. My guys are very cautious about filling out a JSA every morning. And especially with COVID-19 right now, we want to, make sure we're sanitizing that Ranger service after every use. We do nightly checks with my crew as well. And to date, we have not had a single person on our team be affected by COVID-19, and we started back in March 10th, I believe it was. Next slide, please, Tony. And this is kind of a, before and after. So the picture there in the middle is how the roads will be black. And then the pictures in the left and right hand corner is the product after it's installed. There is no grainy residue post installation. There's no aggregate that will shed and be in their curb and gutter as part of that natural curing process. You're left with just a nice black mat. And a lot of times what I hear comments is people think they got a complete mill and overlay when all we're doing is really protecting that asset by keeping the elements off of your infrastructure, and that's the UV rays, that's the water intrusion. And by creating that impermeable membrane, we can extend the life of that asphalt road.
Mayor, City Council, this is Tony Trevino again. And with that, we'll be open for any questions that you may have regarding this product or the process we're going to be doing.
First up, before I get to Councilor Beta Stuve, just want to compliment you, Caleb, for the work and the extensive outreach to the residents. That's the first I've ever seen something like that. That's really impressive. So congratulations. Councilor Beta Stuve.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Tony, and thank you, Caleb. Yes, this is one of the most, I would say, comprehensive and in-depth planning that I have seen since I've been here, and so I'm very happy to see that. Caleb, remind me again, and for any of our residents that might be listening, if they do need to access one of those transports, I'm assuming that they have that specific number to call that they will be seen.
Yes, ma'am. On that flyer, it states why Las Cruces is using this tool as a toolbox, and it's a little FAQ section as well. The phone number to the shuttle service is on there. And then just to let you know as well, we have contacted Waste Management, the school system, the police department, the fire department, the postmaster, anybody that would be normally affected and not receive these services. We want to make sure that all of those services are aware of this as well, just to give you that information as well.
Thank you. And how many of the transports will be active during this time, since I imagine you'll get more than one call at a time?
That is a great question. We will have one shuttle service operating in that neighborhood. We have worked all over 7 different states. I'm the director for Andel Construction for the HA5 division. I have never had a job where I needed more than one shuttle service. The nice thing is it's not 110 degrees in Las Cruces right now. The temperatures are becoming favorable. When I was there this last week, I actually saw a tremendous amount of residents out walking and enjoying the temperatures this time of year. If we do run into a bind, I will be there on location every day. And we will, if I feel the need that we need a second shuttle system, I will figure that out at that time and let Mr. Hernandez know, and we will accommodate that very rapidly.
Fantastic, thank you. And thank you also for putting down and letting residents know about your COVID precautions, as we are navigating this pandemic and doing close types of transport. We want to make sure that you and your crew stay safe, as well as the residents. So thank you for including that. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Fisk. Thank you so much. And Tony, I'm very, very impressed. This is incredible. I feel like my only question is, when are you all coming to District 4 with all of this? But in all seriousness, how was the process of selecting this particular neighborhood? And is there a plan to continue to use this material in other parts of the city, especially District 4?
I'll answer that, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. The conversation with Mr. Fisk has started probably about a year ago. When he came in, they provided a presentation for their product, the HA5 and the city streets. And there were several meetings where actually staff, Mr. Jerry Cordova, Vanessa, and we all met. And the big thing here is to get a subdivision that's fairly new, that's not too old. And so Park Hill is one that we kind of thought was a great opportunity. But from here on forward, we just finished our new survey for our pavement management system. We'll be getting those results here this month. We're under review right now. And what we did ask was to include this product as part of our maintenance cycle. So then with that, it'll help pick these neighborhoods where we can go and attack these neighborhoods, subdivisions as a group. So from here on forward, if this is a successful route, we're going to have this as part of our yearly maintenance. So maybe whatever kind of comes up next as part of our Lucity IMS workflow.
Thanks so much, Tony. Yeah, I look forward to getting updates on this and how it works. I'll be meeting with Public Works staff here pretty soon so that you all can brief me on the outcome of that specifically to District 4. But I mean, I'm probably not the only one, right? But this is probably one of the things I get the most calls about is about the condition of people's roads and when is my road going to get paved and when am I getting that treatment here. So I'm excited to see how this goes. I already feel like it's going to be very successful. So I'm excited to hear updates from you all. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And Mayor Councilor Bencomo, one of the biggest difference factors here is that residents are going to notice that we're actually doing maintenance on a newer street instead of the ones that are already in worse shape. But as part of our preventive maintenance, we want to kind of be proactive and reactive on this. So it's going to be a kind of a different approach and different take from the residents. But we hope with this presentation and then with the efforts that Caleb has done, it's kind of shown out there and kind of the word gets out of why we're trying to do this.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Caleb. I'm really impressed with the presentation. Actually, Councilor Bencomo asked the question. I was thinking like, what does it take? How can I get this in my district kind of thing? But I appreciate for sure the customer service that you've put out. I think our residents really appreciate that, and the app or the texting mechanism as well, I think is really helpful. Something that as a city we could probably learn to do and incorporate in many of the already projects that are have ensued in the city. I know that our staff, when they do projects, are talking to folks, putting door numbers when utilities are shut off, that kind of thing. So I like that piece of it as well. You had mentioned the number of folks that had already registered to get the texting. What are we? How many homes or residents are we speaking of are going to be affected by this?
Mayor Pro Tem, I believe, this is Tony Trevino again. I believe there's about 600 residents that are going to be adjacent to this type of treatment, this project, and we have 173 now. So we're not quite everybody, but I was pretty impressed with having 173 out of all those houses in the area. So, and then there has also been several calls also to Andel Construction and Caleb, just kind of asking questions directly. So
cool. Yeah, no, thank you so much. I appreciate the thoughtfulness, and good luck. And yeah, I'm lobbying for some streets over in my area. That would be great. District 1. Thanks.
Okay, well, very good. Well, very impressive so far. Looking forward to the end results, Caleb. And if it goes the way I think it is, it looks like you've got some other areas to do. So, good.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. And let you know, Farmington, New Mexico, they've done about 350,000 square yards over the last 3 years and been really impressed. So, we are, and Albuquerque and Rio Rancho are going next year as well. So we're very blessed right now, sir.
Where are you guys based out of?
I actually live in Aztec, New Mexico. I manage 7 states for Andel Construction. Headquarters is Wichita, Kansas.
Okay, because Farmington's tough to crack. They don't like working with anyone who's not from that area. So Aztec is probably close enough for them.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's good. I mean, because they're really pro. They don't like anyone other than, they like to do work with their city only. Councilor Flores and then Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Fisk. I was going to say that if you lived in New Mexico, the name of the construction company would be Andale. But I was surprised when Tony said Andel. I thought, oh, I've got to give Tony a Spanish lesson.
We had that discussion prior to the
No Spanish lesson for you, Tony, none needed. But so I'm just, I just want to make a comment. Well, I mean, I guess, well, never mind, it's insignificant. But anyway, I just wanted to, anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Tony.
I thought Andale had 2 E's in it. No?
Well, andale is when you're speaking to someone in a respectful manner. Andale is if you're talking to your friend.
Oh, okay.
It means hurry up.
Well, yeah, no, I knew that.
But Andel, I can't tell you. what
Believe me,
Andel is.
I think of that all the time when you guys are talking.
Andale. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just curious. It was about 3 to 4 years ago. There was a new surface put on Elks Drive, and I was told it was normal maintenance. And then within a short time, a few weeks, a couple months, maybe a little longer, another surface was put on Elks Drive. So I'm asking Tony and anybody else in Public Works, David Maestas maybe, if this is the same material, or if this was put on Elks Drive, or has it never been put in Las Cruces anywhere yet?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, this is Tony Trevino again. No, this would be the first time we're going to use this type of treatment. I think used on Elks Drive was our microsurface. And I think we had to go in there a couple months later because there was some areas that were starting to shove, and we had to go there and replace some areas due to
Okay. That's the only question I had. Thank you so much, Tony. Thank you, all.
This is probably the first time in 19 years I've had a paving contractor speak to city council. So that's pretty good. Pretty impressive. Yeah, I didn't think it was you guys. Councilor Flores, David, David Maestas, do you have something you want to say?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. This is David Maestas. I appreciate council's comments, and I'm glad to hear council really likes this approach. I wanted to thank Tony and Public Works staff. As you've all noted and mentioned, this really is the first time that we've had this type of project and program come to the city, especially with the outreach. We know that roadway construction is very difficult on residents, and maintenance, even if it's only going to be a couple hours at a time, is really difficult on them as well. And this one's going to be a significant impact with a full closure of a roadway, but the amount of work that they've done and with our contractor, the forethought and the proactiveness they have put in place to make sure that we can accommodate our constituents as much as possible is really at the forefront of innovation for this type of project. So I wanted to thank staff and our contractor very much for the work that they have done on this. Thank you, Caleb. Appreciate it. Thank you, Tony, and your staff.
Thanks, David.
You're welcome.
Thank
Councilor
you, Mr.
Sorg. Councilor Sorg, do you have anything else? We just forget to put your hand down. Okay. Okay, well, great. Well, looking forward to seeing how it looks. Sounds exciting. New process, saves the city money, and very good. Thank you for, so you came all the way from Aztec? That's where you just drove in?
Oh, I'm actually sitting on the side of the road up in Cuba, Mayor, waiting to leave. I've been on the phone since 12:45, patiently waiting.
Oh my, and you're driving to Cruces tonight?
Yes, sir.
Oh my, well, drive careful. Should be here in about, I don't know, 11 o'clock, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, we'll let you get back on the road. So thank you very much for your dedication and
Safe travels.
Yeah, safe travels.
Thank you all for the opportunity. We are humbled by it. We know it's kind of unprecedented times, so it's the right tool in the toolbox. And one thing I just wanted to mention as well, this is backed by a 5-year warranty, which is very uncommon in the industry. So, Tony and Mr. Cordova really were patient and methodical in picking out the right road. So, you would get the ultimate performance out of HA5. So I just wanted to leave you with that one last thought.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm. Looks like that's just about it. Anything else, EFO? Is this pretty much it?
I think that's it, Mayor.
Okay, great. Okay, well, if there's nothing else, we're going to go ahead and adjourn, but I'll still stick around for the agenda setting meeting. So I just need a motion and a second to adjourn, please.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Bencomo that we adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Oh, you know what? Before we leave, this is David's last meeting. So let me just take back your take back your motion and your second, and let's just keep it open here for just another second, okay?
I take it back. I take
I
it back.
take it back as well.
All right.
As well, yeah.
Take that vote. So David, this is your last meeting.
Oh.
And thank you enough for you stepping up to the plate, and
Does
we
anybody
needed
wanna
you
vote?
6 months ago. It's amazing. You know, when you think about it, your ascension to running the city the last 6 months has just been incredible. You goes to show how intelligent you are and hardworking. I don't know, you kept a great. I don't know how you did it, David. I mean, that's a lot of work, and you did it almost. You have a good team, but you did it almost single-handedly. And I know there's no way you thought that it was this challenging. You know, because I know you know, as a director, you're in charge of a lot, and Public Works is a big department. But we can't thank you enough for all your work and all the time that you've given to the city. What, 26 years or so?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, David, don't know what to tell you, but thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to say something?
I do. Thank you so much, David, for your leadership. I very much appreciate it. And I'm with the mayor. I'm just have been totally impressed with you. You always have a smile, and you do things with kindness and compassion. And actually, David, I've been incredibly impressed also with your communication. It was one thing that we sat and talked about was how we wanted to be, afforded the opportunity before things got out. And, there were a couple of things, but for the most part, we heard from you often, and you followed things very well. So, and followed up. So I so appreciate you, and you're going to be sorely missed. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, David. Take care.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo everything that the mayor has said and Mayor Pro Tem. But David, I agree with the mayor. I mean, I haven't known you as long as he has, or Mayor Pro Tem, but working with you when you were Public Works Director, and then when you ascended to the crown of a city manager, I didn't expect anything less, without a doubt. But because you were consistently you. But the demands of the office, I thought, are going to be so challenging. It's going to run for the hills. Oh, and you did, huh? Oh, excuse me. No, to retire. But I just want to thank you also from the bottom of my heart. I think your professionalism, your cool. You have a very cool, smooth demeanor, but it isn't. It's cool, calm, and collected, and that's what it is. It's not cool insofar as you're, But anyway, I just want to thank you. You're going to be sorely missed, and I hope you enjoy your retirement, and you fulfill every wish on your bucket list. And happy trails.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilor Fotis. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilor Sword?
Okay. Yeah, I recall way back when there was this project, it was in my district, which is now District 1, where we were putting sewer lines in, and we had to do a resurface of the street. And you were the project manager. And we had a big ribbon cutting or groundbreaking rather for this project. And I was to introduce, or I don't feel exactly how it went, but I must have been going to introduce you to say a few words. And I'll be damned, I could not say your last name to save my soul. I've learned it well since, very well. And so it was quite the time we had back then and ever since. So there again, we wish you the best. Have fun. Enjoy your time off. And I'm sure you're going to go crazy after a month or two because you don't have anything to do. Oh, you will have something to do, of course. You have a family and all. So anyway, enjoy your retirement and best wishes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilor Sword. Thank you.
Yeah, you're going from 200 miles an hour to 0, or maybe 10. So, Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Oh, I'm so glad that you caught that before we ended and that we're doing this. I might actually cry. It has been the wildest 9 months for me. And I feel like I cannot imagine what it would have been like without you, David. I really can't. And I'm really sad that you're leaving. I'm actually very, very sad that you're leaving. I'm obviously very glad that we have Mr. Ifo here. But I am just genuinely sad that you won't be around anymore. And I feel like you've been such an important part of my growth as a city councilor in the last 9 months. And seriously, so like I am indebted to you. I'm so grateful for you. This retirement is so well deserved. I'm also very happy for you. I'm sad for me, happy for you. I'll leave you. I'll give you the rest of the year, and then maybe I'll call you about some stuff. But we'll give you a good break from us. No, but in all seriousness, I'm just deeply grateful for you. And this short time I've known you, and you really have impressed me. And your work ethic and the way you treat people, I think, really shows. And I think the people of the city really love you. So thank you very much for everything you've done and for just how generous you've been and kind and patient with me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilor Bencomo. I really appreciate those kind words. Thank you.
Councilor Vasquez. Is he still with us? Councilor Vasquez?
I don't see him.
Looks like he maybe when he heard that I was going to adjourn, he probably just took off. Okay, Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, David, for everything. Like Councilor Bencomo said, it's been a crazy 9 months. And honestly, I don't think we would have been able to be here without you in some ways. You've been so responsive, so patient. We've had, I think, a million questions for you every week. And you've been just wonderful. And honestly, during my time as the city, I can't think of anybody else's name who has come up as more well-respected, liked, and generally just said, like, the nicest human they've ever met. So thank you so much for everything. I probably also will call you at some point. I will give you, but I've appreciated everything. And congratulations, best wishes. I have a feeling that people will still be bugging you for a while. You are a wealth of knowledge and resources, so thank you so much. And I'm so sad to see you go, but I know it's well deserved.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilor Beta-Stubbe. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Let's see here. It looks like Jennifer had her camera on. Looked like she wanted to say something. I don't know if she's still around. Oh, okay. Well, oh, there you are. Yes, Jennifer.
Around. I just also wanted to say thank you, David, for everything. I know that it's always hard for staff when we have transition, and you've made it very, very easy, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. I appreciate hearing that.
Let's see. How about David Dollahan and then Barbara DeLeon? David, you have anything?
Hi, Mayor. Good evening. I just wish you a happy retirement, David. You've been great for the organization. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Godspeed and God bless.
Thank you, David. I really appreciate that.
And how about Barbara? Is she there? Let's see here. No, maybe not. Maybe she's not there. Okay, so I have a confession. It was EFO who...
David Cedillo, Mayor, wants to say something.
Oh, David, okay.
For your confession.
Before my confession. Okay, go ahead, David. You saved me.
Well, I'll only save you for a few minutes. It's not going to be that long. But as many of you have noted, and a lot of you have seen the type of person that David is. And what I'm gonna very, very much miss David, because my introduction into the city and hiring into the city was because of David Maestas, and he's been a good mentor, leader, co-worker, which all of you have already know and express. So with that, David, well wishes to you. You're very well deserved. And I know that whatever you do, it's gonna be a successful turnout because that's just the type of person that you are and how you head into things and deal with them. So with that, good luck. And you know that we're always here for you. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Thanks, David. So my confession was this. You know, it's like we've been basically underwater. I mean, every day since March. And we hardly ever come up for water. And I was just, EFO texted me. He said, Ken, this is David's last meeting. I go, oh my goodness.
Yay.
And I'm like, really? We're already at the end of October. I mean, beginning of October. And man, time flies. And so thanks, EFO. Thanks for doing that. And so I'm gonna let probably the one who's worked with you closest here for the last 3 weeks, EFO, he's want to say a few words. I will say that we've never had a advisor to the city manager. So you've, again, we're cutting edge there, David. So EFO, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity. You know, I feel like I didn't deserve the right to speak just because I haven't spent time with David as much as all of you. But believe you me, he's had that impact on me over this just a short time. And even before I got here, before I came, I met with David often, almost daily, before I even started. And so I can't even express how grateful I am, David, for all the help that you've been to me. And it's not just the information, just downloading onto me, but your style, the way you've managed, the way the staff responds to you, the way you treat people. It's been mentioned. I've seen that, and what a great example you've been to me coming in. But David did promise that he'll pick up the phone. He promised that he'll pick up the phone when I call. So I'm going to restate that in this public meeting, just in case he changes his mind. The mayor mentioned that he thinks he is going to change his mind once he retires. So, and we're not going to get a hold of him. But David, you promised, man. You said I could call you and you'll answer. But no, I just want to thank you for this opportunity to be able to express publicly. I thank David just about daily for everything, and we'll continue to do so even after this meeting. But thank you, Mayor, for this opportunity to express that publicly to everyone. Thank you, David.
Thank you. And I'll be bringing you, I don't know why you asked me, but that phone you asked me to order, you came in earlier this week, so I'll bring it tomorrow. whatever you're gonna use it for. I have no idea.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
so for your confession, you're going to get a rosary of all our fathers. No Hail Marys, all our fathers, the entire rosary.
Okay.
And thank you, Mr. Huey, for saving his skin on this one. Otherwise, we would have, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could, Mayor, too, I'd like to express my gratitude if you'll allow me a minute or know that words alone won't do justice for how I feel towards council and towards staff and to our constituents. I really am grateful, council, for all that I learned from you during this time frame. I know several of us worked closely together in my different capacities throughout the city, but this time frame, obviously, we worked side by side and much closer together. So thank you all so much for everything that you taught me. Our one-on-ones were tremendous. The interactions, the discussions, listening to your passion and feeling what you feel for your constituents and what you're trying to do for this community to make it the best run community in New Mexico was just exemplary. So thank you for all that. Thank you for those discussions and for your drive. It really helped me. It really pushed me, helped me to reach areas that I didn't think or know were a part of me. So thank you for that. You all made me better at what I do as well. Thank you to our constituents, because if it wasn't for them asking for and needing and for the items that they should have, being part of the best run community in the state, we were able to come up. Today was a good example with our discussion, the work session, all the new ideas that staff is bringing forward, all the new things that we were able to do in such a dire situation. The pandemic really had such a severe impact throughout the world. But some of the things that we were able to do based on your policies and your direction for our constituents is just tremendous. And obviously we're not doing that if it isn't for them. So thank you to everybody in the community that has helped us to be better at what we do. And then most importantly, I really want to thank staff. We talk about being the best run community in the state, and it has to do with what they're doing. They are the ones who come up with ideas to help put your policy and your decisions in place. After you have said, this is what we want to see for the community, they go out there and they find what are the best ways to do it. But they do it with such professionalism and courteousness. They're putting together programs and looking at the best way to do it and to make sure that our community's money is well spent. But the relationships that we make, the collaborations that we had from one department to another, and everybody willing to work together, no matter what department you're from or what the project is. We discussed the IWBC and the work.
Oh, it keeps freezing up.
He's freezing up.
Yeah.
He's here in the building too. What's with our Wi-Fi in this city hall here?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. If it's okay with everybody, I'll leave the video off.
Sure. Uh-oh, still froze up.
Freeze up again?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, very good. I'm not sure where it cut off, but I was in the discussion of staff and my thanks to them and the gratitude for being just part of such a great team, part of such a great organization. And one of the things that I'm really humbled by is statements like what David Cedillo brought up, knowing that I have worked with somebody, and in my time working with them, it's helped them in what they do with the organization. It's helped them in their part, in their department, or in whatever project or position that they're in. And that really humbles me, and it makes me even more appreciative for the time I've had with the city. The timeline, Mayor mentioned 26 years, that's my time in Para. I actually had 4 years as a co-op with the city of Las Cruces before that. So I've actually been working with the city about 29 years. But that's another great program that the city has in place. And those are just some phenomenal aspects of being able to have been part of this organization. So in summary, again, I know I didn't do justice to how I actually feel and how grateful I am, but thank you to everybody who's been a part of my tenure here with the city for all that you have done to help me be better as a person and be better as an employee for this organization. Thank you, everybody.
Hey, David, I think we may have a special guest on the phone. You there? Okay.
Yes, can you hear me there?
Can you hear, David, can you hear Councilor Vasquez?
Yes, sir, I sure can.
Hey, David, I'm so sorry. I got kicked off the Zoom meeting and I could not log into my email remotely. It keeps giving me an error. But however, I can't miss this opportunity, David, to express just my thanks, my gratitude to you. I think I mentioned this before, but you really have taught me a lot, and I'm sure others who have worked with you, not under you, but worked with you, because your style of management, your demeanor, your leadership, and your professionalism just really shines. And the way that you have worked with your staff and worked with this council, even before you were assistant city manager, you were one of the people at the city that I knew I could count on when I wanted to get something done. And you would respond in a timely manner, and you would always do the right thing. And if something fell through the cracks, you'd make sure to fix it. And I think you gained the respect of everybody who's probably ever worked around you, certainly me, who has worked with you. And so, David, I want to thank you for your service to the city. I know it's not an easy thing for people to have this long of a tenure in public service, especially a local government. We lose lots of folks to the private sector, and folks choose to move elsewhere. But I know how much you love Las Cruces, and I know how much you love your job, and I want to thank you for that, because the residents of the city really owe you a huge debt, and as do we, and as do I. So thank you, David. I hope you enjoy your time off with your family, and definitely remember a lot of things that you taught.
Thank you very much. Yes, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
In 29 years, that's like a whole person.
Okay, thank you.
A whole lifetime.
Okay,
Your
so
lifetime for sure.
now we'll go ahead and adjourn. I'll still stick around to do the agenda setting meeting, so I'll need a motion in a second, please.
Okay, again, so moved.
Second, Bencomo.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Flores again, second by Councilor Bencomo again. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Can we adjourn?
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? We're adjourned. It's 5:53 p.m. And then I'll stick around, and then we'll do the. See you, David.
We'll see you, Mayor.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Bye, David.
Bye-bye, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Okay, Mayor, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, this is the agenda setting meeting for the October 5th, 2020 City Council meeting. Number 1, non-consent.
1, non-consent.
2, non-consent.
2, non-consent.
3, non-consent.
3, non-consent.
4 has been removed.
4 has been removed.
5, consent.
5, consent.
6, non-consent.
And 6, non-consent. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good night.
Okay, you too. See you, everybody.
We'll see you, Mayor. Have a good one. Good night, Christine.
Good night, David.